Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Wednesday, May 21st. I am sorry I am late. I actually did have some camera issues. I was on the Hims House podcast last night, and the camera was just being stupid. It didn't work. I didn't even get to use this camera. I had to use the crappy webcam camera on the MacBook. I thought I fixed it last night. I guess I didn't. Took a couple minutes, but it's fixed. We're back. We're here. By the way, that episode is going to be coming out, I think, like a few hours. So it was a pitch episode. They pitched me on Hims, and I think it was a really informative episode. Hopefully, for those that are also interested in the stock, you get some value out of that. I thought it was good. It was three people kind of explained to me the overall bull case and thesis for Hims, and hopefully more people get some value out of what happened in that episode to kind of make their thesis on the company. But we're here. We're live. We got a lot to talk about. We are live and we are alive as always. We're here. Lots of different things have happened over the past 24 hours. And I think it obviously has some impacts on the market. If we look at the pre-markets right here, we are red. Target is a special type of red right here, down 6% on the day. Target really did not have the best earnings, to be honest. We will look at Target's results. This is a name that I think a lot of people were interested in, primarily because of the dividend, also because it's already down like 30% year over year. And it's Target, right? It's one of those blue chip staple companies that should always be around, but they're also a retailer that doesn't have good margins. They're not a tech company. So if they don't put up decent results, then obviously they're going to get punished by the market. And you can see that big red candle right there. They are definitely getting punished by the market, down 6.2%. This is after being down from 140 in January. They bottomed at around 85. Now they're at 91, down 6% this morning. So obviously Target has not had the best earnings here today. So we'll talk about that. On top of that, we've got these bond yields that have been an issue for the past week. They are continuing to become an issue. The 10-year at 4.539. We have Japan that is still seeing new all-time highs on their 30-year and 40-year bonds. That's not good. It's really not good. It's why TLT is down right now in the pre-markets. If you're buying TLT as kind of your hedge, that bond yields are topping, and that TLT, which goes up when yields come down, would be the hedge. Well, that's not happening right now. TLT down another 1%. TLT is basically at its 5-year lows, but it's like really reaching those 5-year lows at this point because yields continue to go higher. And I think it'll eventually have an impact on the stock market. Right now, it's not really having an impact. There's some other reasons why the markets are actually down right now, and they have to do with some geopolitical stuff. They have to do with oil prices that we'll talk about. S&P 500 right there, 588.91. Also, we've been really green for the past, like, basically 3 weeks. Even the Moody's dip was not really a dip. And so we'll kind of talk about how the market is positioning itself. But I also would not be surprised to give back some of those gains and end red this week if we do end up being red, just given how green we were over the past coming weeks. But we got a lot of data to talk about, lots of different headlines. Google event was yesterday. We'll recap that. Tesla, Elon had a big interview. He said a bunch of things. We will recap that as well. We got some new Palantir deals that we'll talk about. And we'll get into all the headlines that we're going to have later today as well. So there we go. We're live and we're alive. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Andy, June, Betty Brown, what's up? What's up? Thank you for being here today. Cindy Duns. The link is not out yet for the Hims House podcast. I think it'll be out at 12 p.m., 1 p.m. Eastern. When it's out, I'll post it on Twitter, but it will be out later today, and then people will be able to check it out. Steve, what's up? Manveer, Jude, James. UK inflation is up. UK inflation, the worst since January 2024. We'll talk about some of that UK macro data because inflation is above 3% in the United Kingdom, which is also, not good for inflation expectations. So we'll talk about that. BJ, Gene, Tom, Franklin, what's up? Kevin, Cody, good morning. I'm Beneficial, Eduardo, Ricardo, Matthew, Dave, Scott, JJ, Dylan Rogers, what's up? Dylan, Lee, Sammy, Matthew, good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Broccoli, Bob, what's up? Good morning. Got a lot of comments about me being late. I am sorry, but we fixed the camera, and the camera is here. There's no crew. It's just me. It's just me and the camera and the real bricks and like a couple screens that I'm looking at. So when we get into the technical issues, usually because of StreamYard, it's just me to resolve it, but we're here. And we got a lot to talk about today. Kerf, what's up? Lenny, Pablo. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Lenji says, good morning. See you Saturday. Boston meetup still happening. I'll put that link in the chat real quick. Again, I'm FSDing to Boston. Very excited for it. So I told my mom today, she's like, sure you don't want to take the train? I was like, nope, we're doing FSD. We are doing FSD. Hopefully the car doesn't kill me and, it'll be okay. So I'll be there on Saturday, hopefully, because of FSD. And I'll get to see everyone in the Boston region. All right, cool. So let's get started. I think with kind of the first stat that I want to look at right here that I think is really important. And this stat is very, very important. And it kind of frames what's going on with the broader market. This is a juicy stat. I started yesterday with a pretty juicy stat as well. And yesterday's stat that I started off the show with was retail is buying the dip, right? 2 days ago on the Moody's Monday dip that we had, if you want to even call it a dip, it was down 1%, maybe 2% at most. Retail bought the dip to the tune of $4.1 billion in the first 3 hours of the market open, 9:30 to 12:30 Eastern. Tesla got $675 million of inflows. Palantir got $439 million, $2.5 billion of single stocks, $1.5 billion of ETFs. So cool. Retail's in. They bought the dip in March. They bought the dip in April. They're buying the dip in May, if you want to call the Moody's dip an actual dip. Institutions are not doing that. So here's the Bank of America research we got yesterday. 38% of institutional investors, let's call it 40%, were underweight U.S. equities in early May, which is the past, you could call it the first 2 weeks of May. So maybe that changed over the last week of May, because I think we're about 3 weeks in. But nonetheless, this is the lowest allocation of institutional investors being underweight U.S. equities since May of 2023. Since May of 2023. This stat was pretty crazy yesterday because as I'm seeing this unfold, you're kind of getting an argument pop up in terms of this narrative on who's going to be right. Is it retail or is it the toots? Outside of 2023, this marks the lowest allocation since the lead up to 2008. Over the last 5 months, this percentage has fallen by 70 points, the biggest drop on record. And the difference between the proportion of investors being overweight Eurozone, so Euro equities, versus US equities hit a net 75%. That's the highest since October 2017. That's also not that hard to believe because we've seen a lot of funds shift into Europe, companies like Rheinmetall, right? The defense contractors there. So that is a bit more believable. But the fact that U.S. equity allocation, there's the chart right there from Bank of America, hit a low for 40% of institutional investors, and that's the lowest allocation since May of 2023, basically in 2 years. Pretty incredible. Pretty damn incredible in terms of how this is playing out. So you got a retail army that said, we don't care, we're buying the dip. I mean, 4.1 billion in 2 hours or 3 hours of buying the dip. And then you have the toots that, although this data is a week old and maybe this allocation changes by the end of April or by the end of May, it is giving you a little bit of an indication that the US equity allocation is the lowest since May of 2023. But that's not all. That is not all. We have an update on hedge fund short exposure. That is the biggest update since I think the last one we showed was mid-April of 2025. And that's obviously when the tariff volatility was at the worst levels. Hedge funds have added $25 billion of short equity future exposure over the past 3 months, the largest increase in the last decade when it comes to the notional volume of hedge funds being short any types of U.S. equities in the futures market or also in the single stock option markets. So not only are 40% of U.S. investors or 40% of investors that manage any type of money fund, right, that based on what Bank of America surveyed, are net underweight equities. Now you've got the hedge funds coming in and they're saying, we don't believe this. We don't believe this rally. We just don't believe it. And we are going short. This is very consistent with the data that we saw in April, which is why you can see this bar kind of just extending from where it was in April. It's kind of really breaking out. And we have not seen these levels since 2015. But now you've got 2 pieces of data that are, again, reconfirming this idea that what's propping up this market, at least to an extent, I'm sure there is retail. 60% of institutions are overweight equities or equal weight, right? Because if 40% are underweight, the other 60% are either equal or overweight. But the point is there's still a healthy chunk of the market that says, from an institutional perspective, we don't believe in this rally. We don't think there's legs for this rally to stand on. We think a lot of these companies are overvalued and expensive. We think retail is buying the dip on names that, quite frankly, don't have the ability to maintain their valuation. And eventually there's going to be a reckoning. And that reckoning obviously will be very ugly. That's kind of the implication that I'm getting from all these firms being underweight equity. So that means where are they going? They're not going to bonds, obviously. given what we're seeing, what's happening in the bond market, I think they're probably going to gold, or quite frankly, they're going to Bitcoin. I mean, it's one or the other that they may be going to, or it's money market funds. We'll get some more money market fund data tomorrow, but $6.94 trillion of money still on the sidelines. So for fund managers that are deeply afraid of some cataclysmic recession that's worse than the April lows that we had based on the tariff volatility, they might just be sitting on the sidelines. Benny says, but Trump told us to buy stock. So here's my take on this. My take is pretty simple. My take is, I think the Tooties are wrong. I think they're wrong. Like, I think the 60% of institutions that are equal weight equities or overweight are going to be correct. The 40% are going to be chasing that are underweight. And the reason for that, we've talked about it over the past couple of days. Now, there are some big macro issues that we need to talk about, like Japan and our bond yields and all that stuff. That stuff matters. But given the pace of innovation that we're seeing in AI, and we have a bunch of updates from Elon, NVIDIA, we'll talk about all that. Google, although the presentation, in my opinion, yesterday wasn't the best, like they still showed off some amazing things. After sleeping on it for 24 hours, I just don't think this stock deserves to be at 164. I think minimum the stocks deserves to be at like 195, which would put it at, I think 22 times 2026 earnings. And right now it's at 16 times. Like I just genuinely don't believe it deserves to be here. But like the hedge funds are imagining that these technological innovations are not going to have an impact on earnings. They're not going to have an impact on margins. They're not going to have an impact on the way we think, shop, eat, understand the world. And I just don't think you fade that. I really don't think you fade that. Tesla Optimus put out a new video today that we'll look at in just a second. I don't think you fade that. I just don't. I think there is a world in which that is going to create massive, massive amounts of wealth and prosperity and abundance and productivity. It's also going to create a lot of deflation when you see a robot can be more productive than a human being. And so I think the 40% of institutions that are net either short or net underweight, they eventually chase this rally. And the question is just going to be, how aggressive does the chase happen? Or the question is going to be, hey, do we get another 3 to 5% to 7% decline in the S&P to really get that money to come back in because of whatever headline or black swan event or Moody's downgrade that occurs, to be able to get equities to get a little bit more cheaper or a little bit more cheap to get institutional money to come in. And if that happens, great. But as of now, there is a divide between retail and the toots. And someone's going to be right. Either it's going to be either it's going to be retail and the toots are going to chase, or retail's holding the bag. And I just think the toots are going to be the ones that end up chasing here. SJ says they might be wrong on some stocks, but I think they are right in general. So like being right in general means that you kind of see limited upside for the markets, or you see an all-time high on the S&P 500 coming, but then that's met with some downside momentum, which could happen. I mean, we could break through all-time highs, have a kind of short-term rally, and then we come back down to maybe 5,500 on the S&P after hitting 6,200. We've seen that pattern happen many times, most notably back in 2021 when everything we thought was in the clear, and then boom, November 2021, it kind of topped out. The only difference is in 2021, we were raising rates. We're not doing that right now, even if we're not cutting because of whatever Jerome Powell thinks is the reason we don't need to cut. We're definitely not raising. And then number two, earnings growth is way better than 2021. 2021, Meta was $1 trillion company, and they had like 100,000 employees, and they were not putting up the free cash flow they were putting up right now. Now, all these companies are so much more leaner. They're able to buy back their shares. Like the earnings are just so different. There's this massive tailwind of AI. So I do think there are some more structural differences between now and 2021 as well. But regardless, that is kind of the big news in the context of how the institutions are positioning their portfolio on the day. Let's talk about UNH real quick, and then we'll get into Tesla. So UNH is down about 4% right here in the pre-markets. I was awake when it was down more than 4%. Now it's down 5.16. I think it was down 7 to 8% at the worst of it this morning. What's happening with UNH? So a Guardian article came out, and the Guardian article is accusing United Healthcare of some pretty ugly stuff. So this is not Bloomberg. This is not Wall Street Journal. This is not kind of one of those core business publications, but this is the Guardian, which tends to be a little bit more, I guess you could argue, like liberal and like just on the left side of how they report the news. But if the journalism here is correct, which, you know, the reason I'm mentioning the publication is because they tend to be more against like big corporations, right? They want to call out greed and corporate greed and capitalism and all that stuff. So that's their angle as a website. But if their investigation is correct, which I don't know yet, but that's the headline, now, this is not good for United. So United Healthcare is being accused by The Guardian of secretly paying nursing homes bonuses to cut hospital transfers, risking patient safety. Whistleblowers allege residents needing urgent care were denied hospital trips under pressure to keep costs down. One case led to permanent brain damage. United Health denies blocking the transfers, but internal documents obtained by The Guardian shows that staff were financially incentivized to lower hospitalization rates, rewarded for keeping admits per thousand low. Again, this is still a business. And given that it's a business, right, if you have less patients that you have to undertake on certain conditions, you have more profits, your margins end up being better. The company reportedly monitored facilities' use of DNR orders and gave teams admission budgets. In some cases, nursing homes shared confidential records to enroll more residents in United Health's Medicare Advantage plans. One whistleblower, Maxwell Oliviant, warns that patients may not be getting the care they signed up for. And then The Guardian goes deeper into that report. Now, look, this is not the Wall Street Journal accusing them of Medicare fraud, but it's pretty damn close. It's The Guardian saying, hey, we have some solid evidence that whatever United Healthcare was doing in certain hospitals, in particular around nursing homes, is consistent with what the Wall Street Journal said, which is that they are taking advantage of Medicare, which is 84% of their revenues, which is obviously not a good thing for kind of the headline of the business, and definitely not good for their patients. Now, the Wall Street Journal took it a step further and said the DOJ will be investigating them. And I think that's why United Healthcare was able to be like, we haven't heard about any investigation, right? So they're like, whatever. This is we haven't heard about any of this. This is stupid. CEO bought 30 million in stock. But now you got The Guardian coming out, which again, The Guardian doesn't tend to break news like this. It's a little bit different of a publication than a Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg. But they're saying, no, we got the evidence. We got the evidence that these mother effers are corporate greedy, or examples of corporate greed at scale. And their greed has led to people actually having, for example, brain damage because they couldn't get admitted into the hospitals based on these admission rates that were silently procured for certain nursing homes. That's not good. That's obviously not good. Now, I think UNH replied this morning and they said this is unequivocally false and this is not true, yada, yada. So UNH is pushing back and saying, hey, this is like, none of this is correct. It's not going to stop the stock from being down 5%. The question is going to be, if you've bought the dip on UNH at 400, at 350, as you can see, this chart right here is crazy, at 275, at 248. It was at 320 in the morning. Do you buy it at 305 because you still believe this headline is not true? And I'm just saying, this is now the second article that has come out essentially accusing United Healthcare of frauding their patients. I feel like there's a little bit of, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I just think it's something that everyone needs to pay attention to. Now, if you bought it at 248, maybe your margin of safety is so strong you don't need to worry about this right now. But if you were thinking of buying it here, maybe you want to wait till the dust settles a little bit right now. So that's what we got on United Healthcare, and that's why this stock is down. Was Jason right when he said they wouldn't know if they were being investigated? I mean, to an extent, right? They said they didn't know. They said they have not heard from the DOJ, so that's why they kind of said, hey, it doesn't really matter. But what happens if the DOJ knocks on their door and says, hey, we're investigating you guys because we have some evidence? And so I think that is the headline risk. Obviously, even with that, it's still pretty undervalued if you believe in their just basic growth, if they can just barely hit their estimates over the next couple of years. But we're seeing what's happening with Google. Google's smashing their estimates, but that headline is just so aggressive on them that it's hurting the stock. That might be something that United Healthcare has to deal with. Okay, Target. This is a big box retailer. Let's get their earnings. TLDR, the earnings are not good. Here's what they had to say, and then we'll talk about the implications of it on the broader consumer.
Pretty disappointing performance from Target for the first quarter. Revenues $23.85 billion, missing the estimates for $24.27 billion. Adjusted earnings come in at $1.30 per share. It's unclear if this is comparable to consensus. We think it is, but there's this favorable litigation settlement, pretty large actually, that analysts most likely were not expecting. Comparable sales fell 3.8%, much worse than the 1.9% expected drop. Digital sales did grow 4.7%, driven by same-day options. Target is lowering its sales guidance to low single-digit declines compared to consensus for 0.3% growth. It's also cutting and widening its earnings forecast for the year between $7 and $9. Now, on a media call, Target CEO Brian Cornell wouldn't say definitively if the retailer had raised prices due to tariffs or would in the future. He did say Target has many levers and mitigation strategies it would employ first, raising prices as a, quote, last resort. Chief Commercial Officer Rick Gomez explained mitigation should offset the majority of tariff pressure, but added the retailer would adjust prices if necessary. Now, Cornell called out, quote, ongoing pressure from discretionary categories, 5 consecutive months of declining consumer confidence, Tariff uncertainty and the reaction to its upgraded DEI program, it's called Belonging, as drags on the quarter. Traffic and transactions both fell. Margins were compressed from higher markdowns and higher cost of digital fulfillment. Valentine's Day and Easter, that did drive sales, and that limited Kate Spade collaboration was the strongest in a decade. Cornell said, quote, "We're not satisfied with these results. They're focusing on factors within its control." Target is setting up a new program led by its COO, Michael Fidelki, that's tasked with moving faster and accelerating growth, or re-accelerating growth rather, in the business. And Christina Hennington, as well as Amy Tu, are exiting their executive roles as a part of that move.
So the stock obviously got hit because of these numbers. I mean, you take a look at this right here. 21% EPS miss. Not good, dude. Street wanted 165. They came in at 130. That's ugly, bro. That is ugly. And then revenue 23.8 versus 24.3. EPS is down 36% year over year. Revenue's down 3% year over year. Quarter over quarter, EPS is down 46%, and then revenue's down 23% quarter over quarter. It feels like this is a Target thing. It does not feel like this is a consumer thing. Are consumers getting weaker? Sure. Are tariffs creating some volatility on tariffs on Target? Absolutely. But Walmart did not put up these types of numbers. Home Depot did not put up these types of numbers. And so when you kind of look at it from that perspective, it's like, all right, Target, like, are you just like not executing at the level you need to be executing at? I mean, the CEO literally, that quote that you saw on the screen saying we are not pleased with our performance is kind of indicative. When the CEO has to literally admit, yeah, we kind of sucked. It's like the kid in class that didn't do their homework, right? It's like, yeah, I didn't do my homework. Like, I'm not even going to try to lie about it. I'm not going to try to copy someone homework 5 minutes before it's due. It's like, I didn't do my homework, and I'm going to deal with whatever, punishment I have to deal with. Target didn't end up doing their homework this quarter. And as a result, we have to look deeper into, hey, is this a consumer issue or is this a Target issue? But given some of these other earnings for retailers, for example, Lowe's, it feels like a Target issue. Lowe's beat on EPS, 292 versus 288, so they beat by 1%. And then revenue, a minuscule miss, 20.93 versus 20.97. Revenue's down 2% year over year. EPS is down 5% year over year. But quarter over quarter, big improvements on EPS, up 51%, revenue up 13% quarter over quarter. Lowe's stock, last time I checked, was up 3%. That stock is now up 1.62%, but not down 6%. Like Target. June says they're going the way of Kmart. So for those, I think Kmart is domestic. It's not international. But for those who don't know what Kmart is like a Walmart. It's one of those big box retailers, or it was one of those big box retailers. I remember going to Kmart when I was little. It's not as big as they used to be. I mean, I'm sure there's some locations, but they are not anywhere near the Walmart or the Target level in terms of scale. And I don't think Target is like at risk of becoming Kmart, because Kmart, like, they literally don't have that many stores anymore in the States. Target is still like a household name. I just think on an execution basis, there's some issues with Target that are a bit more fundamental. And if you're buying Target, you're just believing that the stock's cheap enough where if they do anything good over the next year, the stock's probably closer to 115. And you get a dividend, you get paid to wait. You get 6% paid to wait. And you kind of hope that they can turn this around. So I'm not buying the dip on Target. We'll get Steve's thoughts. I know he was interested in the name a week ago, and we'll see what he has to say. But yeah, these are the results that we're seeing right now in Target. Kmart is big in Australia still. Wow, dude. Some of these companies, when you get this big of a brand, it's hard to kind of fully go out of business. Yeah, Kmart Australia. I'm seeing it right now. It's actually, there's 325 stores in Australia and New Zealand. In the United States, they've pretty much died down. I mean, it's very hard to find them in the United. There used to be a couple in New Jersey, but those have shut down over the past 5 years. And now it's pretty much Walmart or Target. So that's what we got in the context of Target and Lowe's. We also had a Chinese company called Baidu, which is the Chinese Google. And then we'll talk about Tesla, Nvidia, and Google. And they had a good earnings. 255 on EPS, beat by 33% versus 192. And then 4.472 versus 4.3 billion on revenues. They beat by 4%. The stock, I think, was flat last time I checked it. This is, again, the Chinese Google Baidu. It's up 1.4%. So China also putting up some numbers that were not the worst. By the way, China's GDP growth came out, and I think it was like 5.1%. Unemployment came down about 0.2%. So some of their metrics are looking good. Again, they're pumping a lot of money into the economy right now, which is what's helping with their macro stimulus, macro efforts, or macro data look good based on all that stimulus. They really need a trade deal with the United States to kind of solidify that their GDP can actually accelerate and sustain at these levels. but these Chinese tech companies not really having a bad earnings either. So that's what we got with Baidu. Okay, let's talk about Elon, and that will get us into Google and NVIDIA. So Elon said a bunch of things yesterday. He said a bunch of things on his interview with CNBC, and I think those things were pretty important. This was actually, quite frankly, the most important thing that came out from Tesla yesterday. This is a video of Optimus actually doing something useful. I mean, I've critiqued Tesla in the past of putting out these Optimus videos and like they're doing nothing. They're dancing or they're sleeping with Kim Kardashian. Like they're not actually doing anything. Here you go, folks. You got a video where the robot is autonomously trained on neural nets end to end, and it's doing stuff. And even if the stuff doesn't look that impressive, it is still doing stuff, which is ultimately what matters. I saw a couple equity reports this morning come out, and after seeing this video, they put out a note to their clients, and they said like Tesla is not a car company. It's like this constant debate, right? Is it a car company? Is it a tech company? And obviously a lot of the revenues are from the automotive side of the business. But the reason it gets as multiple is because it's not just a car company. So this is a single neural net that trained, that is what Optimus was trained on. They learned directly from human videos. Elon mentioned it yesterday that Optimus is learning from YouTube videos, and he said the demand would be insatiable for Optimus. He kind of was making the bull case on the fact that, hey, this is a big story that's happening. It's not going away anytime soon, and it's going to be very, very exciting as the market starts to recognize what's going on. By the way, Figure AI, which is a competitor startup to Optimus, tweeted last night, the CEO, that they're coming out with a video this morning that's going to blow everybody away. That video is not out yet. As soon as I see that video, I'll share it to everybody. But they also said, hey, we've got a video coming out. It's so funny because it's like every time Tesla puts out a video or Figure puts out a video, like the other robot companies want to put out their video. And it's just leading to all this healthy competition of who has the best robot, who's making the most progress, and who's going to get to market the fastest. And that's the best thing for us as consumers because we get to see all that innovation and all that progress. So what did Elon say yesterday outside of the fact that Optimus is going to have a ton of demand? Number one, he said there is no need for Tesla to buy Uber. So he made it very clear, and he kind of shut all the rumors down that Tesla would be buying Uber. He said point blank, we don't need to buy Uber. We have the distribution. We will have the better product. We don't need to make an app. CNBC was like, hey, can you build an app? Elon started laughing. He was like, yes, I can figure out how to build an app. And then ultimately they can get that cost per mile lower than what Uber charges or what Lyft charges or what Waymo charges. By the way, Waymo now hit 10 million autonomous drives. Tesla has still done 0. So Waymo gets 0 multiple. Tesla gets like all the multiple, but Tesla has done 0. Waymo's done 10 million. Nonetheless, the market is more excited about Elon and Tesla. And Elon said right there that Tesla has no need to buy Uber. Then he said something bullish for NVIDIA. He said, we are planning to have 1 million NVIDIA Blackwell chips at the new facility for XAI. He did mention AMD as well. He said, hey, we'll be buying NVIDIA and AMD chips, but then he specified Blackwell in particular is the one that they're looking for their next supercluster. The last supercluster had 200,000 chips. So this is a 5x increase from 200,000 to 1 million. Technically 6x because it's a brand new 1 million. It's not 800,000 on top of the 200,000. And they're going to be having tons and tons of chips for building out what they believe they can get to, which is AGI on Grok. Now, if you do some research on what 1 million NVIDIA Blackwell chips actually mean in terms of its revenue, it's about $30 to $40 billion if they were to procure the chips in calendar year 2026, which is currently 15% of the street estimate that they have on 2026 revenue growth, which means if just Elon was going to be providing 15% of NVIDIA's revenue, which is why XAI is getting ready to raise a ton of money, I mean, that would be pretty bullish. And even if NVIDIA got rid of some of their China revenue or lost some of their China revenue, I think they would be able to recover based on just getting it from XAI. On top of that, you have Sam Altman, who tweeted yesterday, ChatGPT daily active users have increased 4x over the past year, messages per day by much more than that, essentially claiming, hey, if you do some of the math and you believe some of the estimates from a year ago, they're basically at 800 million to 1 billion users, around that range. They've doubled in the past 5 months. They've 4x in the past year. And he said, significant scale to be doing this at. Great work for our engineers. This is obviously also super bullish NVIDIA because the more demand on ChatGPT, the more people want to actually ask large language models questions, the more they need NVIDIA chips. And those NVIDIA chips obviously are expensive. NVIDIA has a lot of pricing power. They have great gross margins on them. and Sam Altman has to pay for them. Elon has to pay for them. Elon even admitted yesterday, he was like, hey, NVIDIA has the better product. We are doing our dojo stuff, but like we have to buy these NVIDIA chips. It just doesn't seem like that's slowing down anytime soon. Now, speaking of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang said some things this morning about what's going on with China. CEO Jensen Huang said U.S. AI export chip curbs to China were a failure, costing billions in lost sales and cutting NVIDIA's chip market share from 95% to 50% since the Biden administration began. Huang called competition in China intense. He said that publicly at the Taiwan conference the other day, and estimates the country's AI market will hit $50 billion next year. He praised Trump's plan to revise export rules, saying President Trump realizes it's exactly the wrong goal. That is an exact quote this morning that he gave around what's going on with China. So even if NVIDIA were to lose China, which obviously would suck, and that's about $15 to $17 billion, it looks like they're going to lose unless Trump is able to negotiate some type of trade deal that includes NVIDIA and lifts the export controls. They're getting a ton of money from the Saudis, the Qataris, the UAE, obviously from Sam Altman, now from XAI. They still have a lot of hyperscaler demand from Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, etc. The question just becomes, can they still capitalize and dominate in the region that Trump has not allowed them to participate in, which is China? And if they can, I think those earnings estimates for 450 of EPS easily are met. Like, I think it's going to be very easy for them to hit 450 of EPS. If not, then maybe they get to $4, 420, potentially 390. It really depends on, can Jensen take a rabbit out of the hat and beat and raise again, even with a $5 billion charge off that he's going to see in Q1. And if he can, I think the street's going to be very excited for it. If not, we're going to have to ultimately pull forward that demand for the future and see what happens with Jensen and the overall EPS estimates for 2026. But as of now, it still looks like NVIDIA is going to have a ton of demand. It looks like that demand's not going anywhere. And even if they lose China, it looks like they're going to be okay. NVIDIA right here in the pre-markets, 133.04, down about 1%. Robinhood 64.08, Rocket Lab 25.60, Palantir 125.18. We'll talk about why some of these stocks are red. SoFi just getting hit really badly, 13.06, 6 cents away from going below 13. This one was down 3% yesterday as well. Google is green, which is nice. We'll talk about that in a bit. And then Amazon, Meta are also slightly red on the day. Was the first 100K supercluster in Memphis also Blackwell or previous gen like Hopper? Those were the H1 chips, or I think the H200s. So they were not Blackwell. This is going to be the first one that is Blackwell inside of the next supercluster, which I don't think is going to be in Tennessee. I forgot what state he said this one, or it might also be in Tennessee. But yeah, this is going to be all Blackwell, some AMD as well. And it's going to be a big investment, but XAI is on a mission to build AGI. And so you need to invest a lot in order to get there as well. All right. So that's what we had on, Elon and on NVIDIA. SMCI right here is up about 1.24% as well. I think I saw a headline this morning on SMCI that's also a bit bullish for them. Again, if NVIDIA is getting all this demand, SMCI is probably going to get a little bit of that demand as well. Yeah, here it is. So SMCI plans to expand production in the U.S. as AI demand surges, CEO Charles Lang tells the Wall Street Journal. The company's eyeing sites in Texas and Mississippi due to rising costs in Silicon Valley. Dude, this AI trade is not going anywhere. This AI trade is not going anywhere. And, the SMCI signed a $20 billion deals with the Saudi Arabia, right? Like with the Memorandum of Understanding. I think that's a 10-year deal for $20 billion. Like, it feels very unlikely that this AI CapEx cycle is going away anytime soon. And as a result, I think it's just pretty cool to see Vistra, NVIDIA, SMCI, Dell, Micron, like all of these companies in the supply chain ecosystem of what it means to build out what was even Nebius, right? The reason Nebius was up 5%. Yeah, like there's just so much. Nebius raised their fiscal year ARR to $1 billion. They're growing 25% quarter over quarter. Like these types of growth rates, we're seeing the number down about 1.38% right here. We're seeing it in the earnings, and it's just kind of hard to deny. CoreWeave as well, just been a gem. CoreWeave been an absolute gem, and that one taking off. That one's down about 2% right here, but it was up 35% over the past week, which has been very nice to see. AST, so this stock is up 31%. Look, this is Vivek Ramaswamy's crypto/asset management firm going public via a SPAC. I personally would not chase this, but the reason it's up is probably because of whatever headlines that he's getting to get people excited. Maybe there's some co-sponsors on the SPAC. They're doing some Bitcoin treasury stuff. Again, I would not chase this, but like some people are chasing it. There's a little bit of froth in the market. We're seeing that with Fartcoin and all these other kind of companies that don't really have earnings getting momentum. And so if you chase it, then chase it at your own risk. But this one's up 31% right here, probably based on different headlines around Bitcoin as well. SEP, which is Jack Mallers' fund, Cantor Equity Partners, that one, yeah, up 2.6%. That was $30 a couple weeks ago. Now it's at 48.85. Again, this company doesn't have earnings per share. They have a Bitcoin per share. So it's just a question of how you believe in kind of these core Bitcoin ecosystem companies that we're seeing right now. There is a good video that Jack Mallers put out that we're going to listen to. And I think he kind of gives a really good bull case for why people are not buying treasury bonds and they're buying Bitcoin. I saw it this morning and I thought that video made a lot of sense. Like when you realistically think about the structural reason why people are buying Bitcoin, it makes sense. That doesn't mean you have to buy Cantor Equity Partners or you have to buy MicroStrategy and kind of get leveraged up against it. But the reason people are interested in Bitcoin is starting to become a lot more clear to most people. Okay, we got about 6 minutes until the market opens. Google. Let's talk about the Googs. I'm going to put it right here in the chat. Let's see what everyone's thinking based on if you have any idea what they announced yesterday. Are you more bullish on Google is the question. Since yesterday, are you more bullish Google since yesterday's event? My answer is yes, but I think there's a kind of core thing that they didn't really talk about, or they did talk about, but ultimately until we get the numbers, we're not really going to know what it looks like. So what did Google say yesterday? Google essentially said, hey, they didn't literally say this, but this is my investor hat in terms of how I interpreted it. They said, we are realizing that you guys are giving us a worse multiple than Costco and Walmart because you don't believe that we are going to be able to keep up the search growth rates that we had for the past decade. And as a result, we are going to show you for the next 5 hours all of the reasons why we are going to maintain user adoption and attention against GPT and Meta and Grok and all this stuff by making search so good, so personalized that people will want to not leave anywhere else. And that by making our product so good that we're just going to be at the forefront of AI. Having said that, how do they do it? They talked about a lot of different things. One of the things they talked about is called VO3, which is their new video, audio, kind of text to image video model. And someone typed in Pythagoras explaining his theorem in ancient Greece.
The sum of the squares of the two shorter sides is equal to the square of the longest side.
There's a lot of other examples like this, but it is kind of crazy, the stuff they showed out in regards to the new audio, image, video, text model, and just all the different updates on Gemini 2.5, which objectively is better than the benchmarks on Grok and GPT and Anthropic. And it's obviously being, used in a way where Google is showing it off to get people to really understand what's happening. Here's another example. This is 10 examples stitched together of VO3, which is what they're calling this new model that Google introduced yesterday.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
The microfilm is in your ticket.
They're watching the north exit. Use the service tunnel.
According to this old sea chart, the lost island isn't myth. We must prepare an expedition immediately.
This ocean.
Dude, in the next 10 years, I don't even want to know where this is going to go, but it's going to get pretty crazy. So the examples I'm showing you right there are emblematic of the fact that Google said, hey, we are cutting edge AI. You guys are treating us like we're some crappy company that can't buy back our stock or put up incredible free cash flow numbers or buy SpaceX in 2010 and recognize an $8 billion gain on it because we have the cash to be able to do that. Like, you're treating us like we don't deserve a multiple, when in reality, we deserve the multiple in the market because we are the AI name. Having said that, I think this is the actual only picture that matters. And this is why I still am a little skeptical. I own my Google. I'm not selling my Google. The question is, do you buy more Google? And I really do think if we wake up in 10 months, Google's going to be closer to $200 and everyone's going to be wishing they bought more. But this is the headline number that's getting everybody scared. Q1 2024 search results or search year-over-year growth was 14.4%. Q1 2025, it's 9.8%. In Q2 2024, they had 13.8%. That was declining quarter over quarter back in 2024. If we don't get anywhere near 13.8%, that will be a sequential, the fifth sequential quarter over quarter or year-over-year growth decline and quarter over quarter decline that we're seeing in terms of Google's overall search revenue business. That is the issue that's going on in the market. That is why I think it's not getting the multiple. And eventually it will get a multiple if this changes. and we'll see the market get a lot more excited. But as of now, everything that we saw on the search event makes me optimistic yesterday that search will become so personalized and so meaningful that you're not going to want to use anything other than a Gemini. I just downloaded Gemini yesterday, so I'm going to start playing with it and really seeing if the personalization can get me away from Grok or GPT. But if it doesn't, then I think the search revenue continues to decline. We might get some good quarters, but overall growth investors are going to be afraid to touch Google. That is the one metric I think that matters. That's what people are going to have to look at. And that's kind of my takeaway from Google. We'll talk more about Google after the bell, but that is what we got yesterday. And ultimately the market's going to have to determine if that matters, if it deserves a multiple, and where the stock goes from there. Triple V back in the chat. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the $99 super chat. Thank you for being here, Triple V. Again, a good friend of the channel. A lot of you guys still don't know who he is, and it's really fun to see everybody guess who he is. But Triple V, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And David Rawson, thank you as well for the $49.99 super chat. Appreciate you as well. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the super chats. We had a long stream yesterday. We had 6.5 hours on the market close of streaming because we just had so much stuff. We had Elon, we had Google I.O., we had Technical Tuesday, all this stuff. So really appreciate the support. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for being part of the channel. Here we go, folks. Wednesday, May 21st, 9:30 a.m. The stock market, once again, is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Middle of the week. Let's see what we've got going on. Tessie opens up today, 343.83. That's down about 0.3% on the day. Robinhood, 64.42. It was at 65.50 yesterday. Right now, Robinhood at 64.41. That's down about 1% on the day. Palantir, 125.46. That's basically flat on the day. Palantir still holding triple digits. This is the longest we've held triple digits, almost a month that we've held it, which is pretty damn incredible. Pounds right here at 125. If 120 or even 110 or 100 becomes support on Palantir, I mean, it's just an incredible thing for the stock if it can hold this momentum. And that would obviously be very good for everyone who's sitting on some gains. SoFi, 13.14. That's up about 1.0 or down about 1.09% on SoFi. So that continues to go down from when it was down 3% yesterday. PayPal right here, 72.35. You got Robinhood, 64.23. The S&P 500 opens up red, down 0.6%. Okay, so one of the reasons we didn't talk about for why the markets are actually red is that late last night, CNN reported from their U.S. intelligence sources at the White House that Israel is potentially planning an attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. Israel hasn't done it yet. They haven't informed the United States if they're doing it yet. CNN reported that the U.S. is still skeptical that they will do it, but they did report that their intelligence is showing that they're getting ready to do it. Oil prices are up a lot today. And the reason oil prices are up about 1.6% right here is because, well, I mean, if you nuke, or not nuke, but if you attack the nuclear facilities of Iran, there's going to be some issues when it comes to the global political climate on oil and just obviously the output production from Iran when it comes to oil. So SoFi right here at 1306, that could be another reason that's affecting the broader energy sector. XLE, you can see right there, the energy sector ETF, that's down about 0.5%. I think it's not going to be that big of a deal. Usually the market kind of fades these announcements on geopolitical stuff when it comes to wars. I mean, we were down in the futures, down 1% as soon as that headline came out at like 6 p.m. and then boom, the market kind of forgot about it. But nonetheless, it's still a risk. And if that risk continues to be something that is exerted over the market, yeah, I mean, that could definitely send stocks down, and that could be your kind of pseudo black swan headline, which basically in 2024, around April, May, we had the same thing with Iran and Israel. If that happens again, it could be a dip that we have to engage in the market, because obviously that's going to have an impact on oil prices, and that'll impact the rest of the market as well. Definitely will have an impact on inflation if that sustains oil prices being elevated. HIMS right here goes green. That's up about 0.6%. Intel is up about 0.27. Disney down about 0.3. Robinhood 64.59 trying to go green. Nvidia 133.85 again. Barely down. It was down at 132 in the pre-markets. Now it's trying to creep back to 134, which is not too bad. Rocket Lab at 25.90. Rocket Lab hit 26.40 yesterday, which was really nice. Amazon, 200. Amazon's down 1.5%. Googs is actually green at 165. All the Max 7s have been a little weird this week. They did have really good weeks last week outside of Google and NVIDIA. But Amazon is down. Apple getting hit this week, down about 1% again. Microsoft, 455, kind of holding in that 450 to 470 or 458 range. Meta, 635. They delayed one of their models last week. That's why they fell 3%. And then NVIDIA basically flat at 133.79. But Amazon was at 215 on Monday. So Amazon right here, down about 1.5%. Palo Alto Networks, they had a good earnings, dude. They had a good earnings. I mean, I think their guidance was a little bit light, and that's why maybe the street's upset. Palo Alto down 7%. I don't know if they deserve to be down 7%. I didn't go that deep into the numbers, but that one's getting hit. CrowdStrike is next week. CrowdStrike's down 1% based on this. Fortinet in the cybersecurity space, that's down 1%. And then Zscaler is probably down 1%. Zscaler is down 1% based on Palo Alto Network. I thought they had a decent earnings, 15% revenue growth still, 36% accelerated cloud security, ARR growth. I don't know if they need to be down this much right here, but I guess guidance was light. And that's why it's getting hit. Palantir goes green. Wow. 1% green. And then Tessie goes green as well. Dude, again, retail bought the dip on Palantir and Tesla aggressively on Monday. 675 million in Tesla, 439 million in Palantir, which would, so basically $1 billion out of the $4 billion that was bought by retail, 25% on Monday was in two stocks, Tesla and Palantir. So, I mean, these two names continue to have strong momentum, resilience, and retail continues to buy even at these levels because they want to get more exposure to these names. Rocket Lab right here, 25.84, NVIDIA 133. Grab, they're having some protests in Indonesia that affected the stock the other day. Grab right here down about 0.71%. So that one's still stuck under that $5 range. Coinbase right here, 261. D-Wave, QBTS, that was up 30% yesterday. It's up 1.5% today. So it did take a little bit of a haircut from the highs of $18, but still holding very nicely. It's up, I think, 135% year to date. So if you got in on this one around that $6, $7 range, you've done very well in the beginning of the year. When are you buying Nebius, Amit? I would just rather buy NVIDIA personally. I'd rather just add to this position. So I think Nebius has already had a really good run. I can't blame anyone for taking a shot at it here. I think it's cheap, definitely, when you look at the fundamentals, trading at 50% cash. I just rather buy more NVIDIA. Like, that's kind of my bet on the broader sector. But, this one, the numbers they showed off yesterday on the earnings is just crazy. Oh, Sam's going to be on today on the close. And he'll talk about Snowflake and CoreWeave and Nebius because he's a shareholder in Nebius. And obviously he was impressed by the earnings. So on the close, he'll give us his thoughts on this stock as well. Also, he is a big shareholder in Google. So we'll get his thoughts on that. Google right here, 165. But the whole data center space, catching a great bid. Catching a great bid. Is the Grab buyout at risk? Remember, Grab is buying out a company. They're not getting bought out. Is that a risk? I don't know. I mean, look, I still think that acquisition is happening. I think I've gone over the stats numerous times. Like, their competitor cannot afford to stay public. Like, they're losing billions and billions of dollars. At some point, shareholders are going to need some type of reconciliation of these companies happening today. And Grab can afford. They Grab $6 billion in cash. They can afford to keep losing money. And Grab's not even losing money. They're profitable. Their competitors can't. So I think the acquisition will happen. We'll see when. Probably by the end of Q2, early Q3. But as of now, that is kind of the main overhang on the stock. Tesla right here, 343. That's at risk of going red. You got a red candle right there from 345 to 343. Let's see if that does go red. Palantir is still holding on, 0.65%. That continues to be green. The 10-year sucks. Yes, the 10-year does suck. It is aggressively going up, and it is not a good thing. Basen's going to have to do something about this soon, and he has not really talked about the different tools in his toolbox outside of rate cuts, which we're just not getting a rate cut by Jay Powell in June. I'm kind of convinced. The next Fed cut meeting is June 18th. There is a 2.1% probability that we're going to get a cut. That it was 8% yesterday. I guess the Moody's downgrade and Bostic coming out and saying, hey, you're probably going to get one cut this whole year, took down that probability. So now we have to wait till July. July probability, there's a 23% chance. September, there's a 50% chance. So we might not really get the cut until September, which basically happened in 2024. But we have a lot of debt to pay before September. So I don't know what Basen's going to do, but he's going to have to do something to be able to deal and navigate with this. Why is XPEV up 15%? They had earnings. They crushed earnings. Not a bad earnings at all for this company. So that's why these guys are up 13.7% right now based on their earnings in China. Hims, where's Hims? Again, I did the Hims House podcast with my boy Nate. He was with me on the podcast. So I think it was informative for anyone who is bullish or trying to figure out if they should be bullish on this stock. And that'll be out later today that you guys can check out. Hims right here, up about 1.1%, 61.83 currently right now. Amit, what is the point of investing in a company that holds Bitcoin rather than just buying Bitcoin yourself? That's a good question. The logical answer right here is that you get increased leverage. The options market is a lot more juicier in a micro strategy versus in a IBIT, which is just pure one-to-one correlation on Bitcoin. And people do it for leverage. They do it for alpha. That's pretty much it. So right now, the market is giving some of these leverage players like a CEP or an MSTR or any of the smaller Bitcoin treasury companies a premium to their net asset value, which dictates how much Bitcoin they have. MicroStrategy's premium is basically 2. So you're buying $2 worth of Bitcoin for every $1, which you might be asking, well, why, right? Like, why am I buying $2 for every $1? And the answer is because other people are doing that as well. Other people are doing that as well. Like, that's realistically, Michael Saylor talks about it as the Bitcoin per yield that is accretive to the stock. And I'm simplifying it, but essentially the idea is, hey, if you believe in the way that they're acquiring Bitcoin, you can invest in a treasury of that Bitcoin, which you have to pay a premium for, but you're rewarded because the yield you're getting on that Bitcoin theoretically is better than a proportional allocation of just being 1-to-1 versus Bitcoin. And that's why some of these stocks have the premiums that they currently get. What happened to Wolfspeed? Okay, happy you brought that up. They're going bankrupt. Wolfspeed is going bankrupt. That's why that stock's down 68%. Markets are ruthless. Markets are ruthless. It was last week that this stock was up 15%. So, like, you know, anything can happen. But a headline came out yesterday by the Wall Street Journal that Wolfspeed is going officially bankrupt. They cannot afford to be in operations. They were a semiconductor energy company. I don't know exactly all the stuff they do, but they were a developer and a manufacturer for a wide range of different silicon chips, semiconductors, radio frequency applications, all these different things. They couldn't stay in business. And even with all the demand we're seeing, you know, it's a competitive environment. This stock right here, down 68%. Okay, FICO is also down. I have no idea why Fair Isaac Corporation, which is supposed to be a blue chip stock that doesn't move, is down 10%. And if anyone knows, please let me know what the heck is going on right here. But I was shocked seeing this in the morning. I thought it was like a glitch on my brokerage, and I thought like it's going to reverse. I guess not. Still down 9.6%. So Amir will be pissed about FICO. Yeah, Amir classifies FICO as like a mafia company. And this is a company that just continues to do well, and they're not going to grow like a Palantir or Robinhood, but they're going to be a business that you don't have to worry about when you buy it over the next 10 years. I don't know why they're down 10%. So, I think I have the headline right here. The FHFA raised concerns about FICO's credit score pricing. And 60% of their revenues come from B2B credit score ratings, which is about $800 million of revenue per year. Okay, so that is at least the kind of core headline reason, I guess, why that stock's getting hit. Also, the Moody's stuff probably doesn't help them when it comes to the credit ratings either. So FICO, that's down 8.85%. We'll see if that reverses. I would imagine some big funds stepping in by the dip because it's not every day you get a 10% dip on a FICO. But that stock is currently red. Robinhood right here, 64.78, trying to go to 65. Palantir 126. Rocket Lab trying to make its way back to 26 currently right now. And then NVIDIA got this at 133.85 right now as well. The Buffett indicator is at the second highest level ever. Okay, that is true. We saw that back in February. We're seeing that right now. The Buffett indicator measures, I think it's GDP. What is that? What is the two indicators? Buffett indicator. I know GDP is part of it. It's GDP over market capitalization. Yeah, so market capitalization of GDP. It tells you if the market is overvalued, fairly valued, or undervalued. It's at the highest level it's been since February. So obviously it's saying the market is pretty overvalued right now. But we also just went through a 20% correction in the market. You know, this is like, you got a lot of macro indicators saying, like bond yields saying, hey, markets are not stable. But then you also just went through a pretty unstable market where everyone bought the dip aggressively. So it's Google right here, 166, that's up 1.2%. It's kind of hard to be saying these indicators are the reason why you sell. Maybe it's a reason you don't actively allocate as aggressively and you don't deploy new capital, but it might not be a reason why you have to rush and get the hell out of the markets. Where's Bitcoin? We hit 107 yesterday after hours. Bitcoin, there she goes, back to 107. Okay, I'm going to play a video. I'm going to play a video for everybody. It's a 2-minute video. I don't agree with everything this guy says. He's running CEP, which is Cantor Equity Partners, and I don't believe in the premium they're getting based on their Bitcoin treasury, and you don't have to believe in that either. But this video I saw this morning, it gets you to realize there might be a reason institutionally why people are adopting as much Bitcoin as they're adopting, because I don't think the run from 70 to 107 was retail. I do think there were some more institutions coming in. Here's what Jack Mallers has to say about why people are not buying treasuries, which is why bond yields are going up, and why they're buying Bitcoin.
I expect China to buy gold and Bitcoin before they buy the 10-year. The deal was We'll run a trade deficit as the United States of America. We will be the world reserve currency. You guys have to buy our treasuries, lend us money in return. Well, all of a sudden, these long duration instruments, they weren't preserving purchasing power because real rates negative. Meaning, yes, you're getting some yield by owning the 10-year, but inflation of the dollar losing purchasing power isn't compensating you. Your purchasing power is being lost. And China is like, screw it. I'm just going to buy Facebook. I'm just going to buy Amazon. I'm just going to buy Google. I'm just going to buy Nvidia. I'm just going to buy Apple. I'm just going to buy scarce real estate in the US. And it's like, well, that sucks because now we're allowing you to have this giant trade surplus and you just own all the like dope shit in America and we get screwed and there's a giant wealth gap in our country. There's no middle class. We can't produce anything. And so the deal is if you want to buy treasuries with no tax, you can go for it. But Besant is admitting their real rate's negative. So if you're China and you're saying, okay, the US doesn't want me buying their stocks, doesn't want me buying their real estate, doesn't want me buying their farmland, I can't buy any US assets without paying an enormous tax. And if I buy the 10-year, the Treasury Secretary is literally telling me real rates are going to be negative. So what should I buy? And then the US is out saying, by the way, we're auditing Fort Knox and we have a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I actually think the fact that the United States established a strategic Bitcoin reserve is unbelievable given the way they're re-architecting global capital flows. They're not literally saying this, but they're effectively saying, you got to buy gold, you got to buy Bitcoin.
I don't think you have to be the biggest bull on crypto or the concept of Bitcoin to get the idea that capital needs to be allocated. And if that capital doesn't want to go into stocks because they think multiples are aggressive, doesn't want to go into real estate because of taxes, definitely doesn't want to go into treasuries based on what we're seeing right now, where does it go? There's literally two options left, gold or Bitcoin. And I think no one can deny, like that we're looking at it right now at 107.2, that from 70 to 107, Google search volumes for the word Bitcoin are not at all-time highs. App Store rankings for Robinhood and Coinbase are not even in the top 200. Robinhood got at like 175 for a couple of days, and then it went back out. Coinbase didn't even crack the top 200. Every time we see a major bull run on Bitcoin or some like monster $30,000, $40,000 move over the course of a couple months, those are the basic things that we see. We see Robinhood and Coinbase get momentum. We see the Bitcoin search terms on Google start to go up. You see your neighbor talking about Bitcoin. We're not seeing any of that. This has been a very silent 78 to 107 over basically the past month and a half. And I think that's primarily based on the fact that institutions have seen what the tax bill is going to look like. Robinhood, by the way, going green at 65. Institutions have seen the deficit spending. Institutions have seen that Doge really is not going to make a dent in the overall deficit we have in the United States. And they've seen that if Trump gets what he wants in the big, beautiful bill, we will have a deficit that increases over the next decade by at least $3 trillion. Now, maybe we can outgrow the rate of that growth of the deficit. We'll see over the next decade how that plays out. But fiat currency will be debased. The dollar will be inflated away. And like, if you hold your money in cash, you're basically burning the cash. So you have to either invest it in assets, which is crypto, real estate, the stock market, or gold. And Bitcoin ultimately to me is becoming a countercyclical hedge. I mean, again, I was wrong on this. Usually when the NASDAQ falls, Bitcoin falls 1.5x against the NASDAQ. So when the NASDAQ fell 25%, we should have seen Bitcoin down to that 45, 50,000 range. That should have happened in April. It didn't. It was the first time ever where Bitcoin said, I'm doing a U-turn. I'm going the opposite direction. And now Bitcoin right here is outperforming the NASDAQ in and of itself. I think that's a structural change in Bitcoin. I think the Hoods, the Coinbases, the MicroStrategies get benefit from it. Hood, again, I'm biased. That's one of my favorite actual businesses that also benefits massively from Bitcoin. And that's why I think Hood is holding up at basically all-time highs at 65.15, up about 0.32% on the day as well. So you got Robinhood right here, up 65, Palantir 125.73, Rocket Lab 26. Where's MicroStrategy? MicroStrategy might be selling some of their shares to get more money to buy Bitcoin, which again, if you believe in that strategy, that's why you buy MSTR stock. That one is a little green on the day. It should be more green, but Sailor's probably doing a little bit of dilution right here. And then Coinbase is also slightly green, 263.09 currently right now. CleanSpark as well. Yeah, the Bitcoin miners, although I really don't like this trade. If Bitcoin keeps going higher, they're going to get some love. I feel like CleanSpark should be like at least $40, $50 if you just believe the general thesis over the past year and a half, but still it's not at $7, it's at $10, which is nice, up 30% and currently up 3.7% here on the day. All right. Where's Googs? Are we moving on Googs? Are we moving 167? We got a candle. We got a green candle on Googs. A lot of us, including myself, said, hey, 170 after the IO event. We got humbled yesterday. Came down to 163. Granted, the entire market went red, so it wasn't just Google. Robin at 65.28. But maybe the market kind of slept on it and said Google doesn't deserve to be cheaper than Walmart. And maybe we get that multiple going higher. Like, even if you don't believe Google showed off enough stuff to get you excited about their future of their like overall search business or cloud, or they introduced Google Glasses, which I thought was stupid. I just don't believe in the glasses form factor. But like, let's say you discount all of that stuff. They still should not be trading at 16 times 2026 earnings. That's just, it's disrespectful beyond imagination for a company that's going to be buying back $70 billion of their shares. And if it's not the next Yahoo or AOL, which maybe it is in the future, but I definitely don't think over the next couple of years they end up like Yahoo or AOL. That's just not happening, in my opinion. That level of disrespect, if that is the narrative, is just the market, in my opinion, fundamentally getting it wrong. Even if they're right about the fact that search is going to not be what it was a decade ago. Robin at 65.32, Pouncer 126.17. So do I think Google's a buy right here? Yeah, but it's the same thing with UNH. You're dealing with a headline risk that might not go away. And if you buy Google, I feel like you can buy it in a safe way, but you also have to just acknowledge that any headline that says DOJ investigating Google, UK fines Google for search monopoly, all that stuff could still end up hurting the stock. Even though a lot of the downside, I think, is baked in. The German chancellor just said on tariffs, there are signs the U.S. could be interested in a deal with the EU. Okay, that's bullish. That's good. So we're getting a quote right now from the German chancellor that came out just now, the S&P 500. Yeah, you got a green candle right there. Dude, the other thing we didn't talk about this whole week because we didn't get any details is trade deals, right? Are we going to get any more trade deals? Kevin Hassett said that when Trump comes back from the Middle East, we're going to get the next one. It's been 5 days. He's back from the Middle East. We have not gotten the next one. But if we do get that pretty soon, or at least in the next week or two, that could definitely be a catalyst. You got the S&P 500 right here, 590. So there you go, from 588 to 590. That's not too bad. Nebius, that one's moving 4%. Look at that go. There you go. Wow, 40.79. That one holding on to its earnings momentum. Even ELF, which I think has earnings next week, that one is up from 55 to 80 over the past week and a half, which has not been too bad. Grab right here, 488. That's down about 1%. Again, I think that has to do with some of the protests. It is what it is. Eventually, those headlines will leave, but that stock getting hit based on the Indonesian protest from the drivers. Palo Alto Networks down about 6.3%. Pinterest, which Google kind of killed Pinterest yesterday. Not really, because Pinterest is still a big company, but they did announce a bunch of, there was a lot of AI startups that Google killed yesterday just by introducing different features inside of Gemini 2.5. And so still, I think the market is being a little bit too mean when it comes to Google, but some of these other stocks getting hit based on those announcements. Google 168, there she goes, 2.4. Maybe we get to that 170 range. Amazon 201, Meta 642, SoFi 1314, Pouncer 126.05, and then Hoodie's running 65.39. Where is Bitcoin? Bitcoin 107.4. Bitcoin is moving. Bitcoin is moving. CoreWeave, let's take a look at that. Wow, dude, holy crap. What is inside of CoreWeave that's causing this? This is just incredible. This stock now is up 177% in the past month. I mean, my goodness. They resell GPUs. They rent out GPUs. Their CapEx is pretty aggressive. They have a lot of debt. Market doesn't care. They want more AI exposure. And to me, I don't know how this can be bearish NVIDIA, because the only reason this is happening is because NVIDIA has too much demand that you need a company like CoreWeave to outsource some of that demand by reselling and renting out their GPUs. Like, that is if anything, it's a proxy on the fact that NVIDIA's demand is insatiable, as Elon said yesterday in the context of these GPUs. And NVIDIA owns 7% of CoreWeave. So NVIDIA going green right here, 134.57. So if anything, they benefit off the equity from CoreWeave going green as well. CoreWeave will dilute hard. Yeah, I think I think they would be kind of stupid to not dilute right here. I would not like HIMS, right? HIMS took, and that barely affected HIMS diluted by $1 billion, and they did it in a strategic way with their 0% cap on the convertible note. But that did nothing to the stock, because investors knew, hey, the stock had a good run, and investors were probably happy that the stock was being diluted, because you should raise money when you have a really good opportunity, especially if it's not like a meme stock and HIMS genuinely is undervalued. I don't know if CoreWeave is undervalued or not. I have to go through their numbers, but a 200% move in a month, it would probably lead to, the CEO saying, hey, maybe we should take advantage of this. So if they do dilute, maybe the stock tanks by 10, 15%, but I don't know if that means, I don't know if that means it's the worst thing in the world, because more money on their balance sheet would also be a very good thing. Amit, would you buy more Grab right here? I am loaded up on Grab. My average is 450. Again, this is one, it's not a Palantir, Rocket Lab, Robinhood. This is one you got to be very patient with. There's a lot of stuff they have going on a fundamental structural basis. I believe this company is executing on all levels, but the stock has a lot of different overhangs. You've got an Indonesian protest, which is one of their biggest markets that happened yesterday. And then you've got an acquisition that, before an acquisition closes, there tends to be a lot of volatility in the names that are trying to close on the deal. So yeah, I started buying at 480 back in January. My average is at 450. I think terminal value is around 750 right now, if you look at it from an EBIT to EBITDA basis. But ultimately, that is the overhang on the stock that you have to be comfortable with. There's other opportunities, though, right? There's other names that are also, if you're in for a quick dopamine hit, you're not going to get that from Grab, but you might get that from some other names. But on the long term, I think they're just inflecting for profitability, which is why I like it at this price. NVIDIA right here, 134.40. Palantir 125.85. That's giving up 126. Google can't break through 168. Did it for a second, but now it's just below that 168 at 167.88 currently right now. The 30-year treasury is at freaking 5%. Is it above 5%? Holy crap, it's above 5%. Goodness gracious, dude. The White House is going to have to say something about this, because the White House is not 5.01. I think it was up even a little bit higher in the morning. The White House has not really commented on these bond yields yet. Trump announced the Golden Dome project yesterday that was beneficial for L3Harris, Lockheed Martin, and Raytheon. He did not mention Palantir, Anduril, or SpaceX, even though I do think they will be involved over the next 20 years as they build out a missile defense program. It's going to be about $830 billion over the next 2 decades to build that out. But he didn't answer any questions about bond yields. He's not publicly saying what he thinks about the credit market. Basent has not given us any comments about that either, other than the fact that we're going to, keep growing GDP. So the higher yields rise, the more we're going to have to get some commentary on what the market is going to do to try to navigate this. Manor, thank you for the $100 super chat. Appreciate it. Amit, buy CoreWeave. Okay, I'm going to buy CoreWeave literally just because you sent a $100 super chat to buy CoreWeave. That does not mean anyone should follow me. I'm not developing a position in this, but he sent a $100 super chat, said buy CoreWeave. CoreWeave's $100. So we're going to buy CoreWeave right here. Just for the super chat. Let's see if you guys see it on Legend. It should pop up. Okay, so I'm buying 1 share. Here we go. Does it pop up? There it is. There you go. All right. Your boy owns CoreWeave. And now they're going to dilute, and this 98 is going to go to 70, but nonetheless, we own a share of CoreWeave. Alphabet 168, the 10-year right here. The 10-year is, my goodness, 4.53. It was 4.567 on Monday, so it's a little bit lower than its weekly high, but it came back down to 4.4, which was calming, and now it's right back. And this is really because of Japan. Japan, dude, they had another bond auction last night, and that bond auction also was unsuccessful. Unsuccessful means it's not like there were no bidders, but it took a lot of demand to get the bidding to get a price that was enough for people to buy the bond, which is why the yield hit an all-time high again last night for the 30-year bond that Japan offers. Japan, where is that right now? The Japan 30-year bond last night, it hit 3.14, which is again an all-time high. So I think that's why the U.S. markets are following suit. Alphabet right here, 167.85, NVIDIA 134.37. And I don't know. We're going to have to see how we navigate it. We are going to see how we navigate it. Amit, what's the exact location for the Boston meetup? If you sign up on the forms, you will get an email with the location, the time, all that stuff. So make sure you sign up on the Google form. I'll put that in the chat again. And if you sign up with your email, you'll get all the details to the Boston meetup on Saturday. Okay, people are saying yen carry trade. I don't think we're going to have a yen carry trade. And the reason for that is because the short interest on the yen is not at the levels that it was in August of 2024. Remember, the yen carry trade in a nutshell, what happened in August of 2024 was people were short the yen, they were long US equities. And when the Japan started raising rates, which no one saw coming because Japan like never raises rates, people had to cover their short and they had to sell their stocks to cover the short, which means they sold Nvidia to cover the short on the yen, and that created this yen carry trade, which caused tech stocks to fall basically 20% on that day on August 4th, and then it recovered pretty quickly. But the short interest on the yen is not anywhere near 2024 levels. I mean, that was been priced out of the market. It was trillions of dollars wound up in that trade. It could have been worse than it became, but it unwinded over the following months. And now people that are short the yen, maybe there's some level of a carry yen trade, but it's not as aggressive as it was back in 2024. So I don't think the implications are that people sell Nvidia, especially after what we saw in April, where people already sold Nvidia for other reasons, Nvidia being a metaphor for just tech companies in general, to then cover the short on the yen. I think the broader issue is the treasury markets, the credit markets, not feeling comfortable with any country's debt, because Japanese debt should not be of a concern. United States debt should not be of concern. Rock Lab at 26. And based on how bond yields are acting, they're a little concerned, and a little is putting it lightly. So, by the way, I'm $1 down on CoreWeave, so sorry for that super chat. We lost $1 on CoreWeave already, but it's just one of those things, bro, where it's like, I don't think it's a thesis breaker for the economy. I don't think it's going to unwind some trade that's going to ruin everything. I don't think this is the reason why the hedge funds are on the sidelines. I think they're on the sidelines because they don't want to chase this rally, and they're being more patient, and eventually they're going to have to chase, or maybe they're waiting for some type of a dip. But it is concerning because we can't have bond auctions that fail in the United States. They might be failing in Japan. We can't have people failing those in the United States. And if that happens, obviously we're going to have some issues. So I think it's one thing that we have to keep our eye on. Okay, a lot of you guys are talking about MTPLF. This is a company called MetaPlanet. They are also a Bitcoin treasury company. I do not keep up with the company too well. They're traded on the OTC markets. I know that they're heavily shorted. They're up 59% right now. They're going up based on their short squeeze and based on their allocation of Bitcoin. And obviously Bitcoin is going up as well. So I don't own it. I can understand why it's going up right now. You can't buy it on like a Robinhood. You have to go through the OTC markets to get exposure to it. But this is just another example of people that don't want traditional assets, and they're going to leverage plays on Bitcoin. And MetaPlanet, which ironically is a company from Japan, is one of the ways that people are getting exposure to it. And that's what we're seeing right now on that stock. But again, dude, like when something's up 50% in a day, like if you missed it, you might have missed it. Could it go up another 50%? Sure. But we saw what happened with Webull when it was at $80. We saw what happened with Newsmax when it was at $300. You just got to be a little careful with some of this stuff. We saw what happened with MicroStrategy when it was near $600 back in December. This stuff gets hyped up, and then it can take a dip. And if Bitcoin takes any level of a dip, that also can accelerate that dip. So it's just one thing you have to be a little bit cautious of, even if everyone's talking about it. And and the FOMO is very high. Are we at 170 on Googs? Did we get there? Oh, we're close. Did we touch it? No, 169.42. Let me check resistance on Googs. Let me check resistance on the Googles of the world. We have, in terms of that 170 share, or that 170 wall, 51,000 shares. 51,000 shares. 51,000. I feel like we can break through. That's not crazy. EU prepares trade proposal for U.S. to steer momentum into talks. Okay, that's good. That's bullish. More updates on trade deals. We haven't gotten a lot this week. That is very nice to see. S&P 500 right there at 590, getting a little bit of a green candle maybe on that EU trade deal headline. Yeah, that's good, dude. If our next deal is with the EU or India or Japan or South Korea, if it's with any of these big guys, the EU would be a really big one. I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon, but if we get the beginning of a framework to negotiate, that would obviously be a very, very good thing. Tesla right here at 344, Robinhood at 6507, and then Google 50 cents away from touching 170. 50 cents away from touching 170. How do you check resistance? Okay, again, I use Robinhood. You guys can use any platform you want. If you type in NASDAQ level 2 book order on Google, you will find a bunch of websites that give it to you. On Robinhood, if you touch the yellow arrow near the stock price underneath the ticker symbol and the name of the stock price, it'll take you to the level 2 market data. You have to pay $5 a month to be able to get access to it. But yeah, that's what I use. It's not perfect, but it gives you somewhat of an understanding of like where is the resistance. But there's a lot of dark pool orders and stuff that I can't see. But that's what I use to figure this out. Oh, so the other Google, so there's a bunch of different versions of Google. So Alphabet Classic is at 170 already. I use Alphabet Class A. I think that's what most retail investors buy, if I'm not wrong. So if Class C already got to 170, it's almost getting to 171. I think Class A should get there pretty quickly as well, 169.56. But we are seeing some 170s across the board. Someone just bought 11 million in December, 185 Google calls. Dude, I mean, it's one of those things, bro, where it's like in December, if Google's at 190, are we like, is anyone going to be upset at that multiple? No, that's going to be trading at 20 times. That's like nothing to be upset about. And then the question becomes, you know, were you reasonable to not buy that dip at 169 or 170 or whatever? And some people got it at 150, below 150 last week on the Apple headline. But also, you know, it's a little scary because there could be some bad headlines that continue to take this down. Here's the option flow right there. So 12/19/2025, someone bought, $10.8 million worth of Google 185 calls. I mean, look, if Google gets to 175, I think you will get people chasing. I think you will get people saying, all right, finally the market is not being as mean to Google as they've been over the past couple months. And any level of market momentum, even if you're not getting it at 164, if you're getting it at 175 and it's going to 190, you're still probably happy with that return. And so you kind of just need the market to start buying to get people to be like, all right, I'm going to throw my hat into the ring as well and take a shot right here on the Googs. Yeah, this got to 149 last week. This got to 149 last week as well. Dude, what if it's Nancy? What if it's Pelosi? She already has 150 strikes. What if she bought 10 million worth of 185 strikes? We'll know pretty soon if it's disclosed, if it was her, but that would be pretty funny if it ends up being Nancy. NVIDIA right here, 134. Tessie is at 346. SoFi, 1317. And then Palantir right here, 125.64. Okay, for those that missed the Palantir video yesterday, Palantir is partnering with SAP. This is a really, really big deal because, well, SAP is the largest technology company in Germany, in all of Europe, $310 billion market cap. And Palantir sucks in terms of their commercial acceleration and their government acceleration in Europe. That's one thing that Karp has acknowledged many times. Now Palantir is partnering with SAP inside of Europe.
With the co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Dr. Alex Karp, to share some more details.
Christian, delighted to be here. At Palantir, we are maniacally focused on value creation for our partner, our client, people we work with, and our partners. We use Ontology to manage large language models and Foundry to reconcile data. And in the combination of those products and your products, we believe will be extremely valuable for our collective clients and partners. And we're very much looking forward to scaling this partnership and delighted we've gotten this off the ground. All the best.
Let's start.
I think that SAP, I agree with Dougie right here in the chat, SAP, legacy SaaS company. If you've talked to anyone inside of the SaaS industry, a lot of you guys are probably in tech and IT. People hate SAP. For whatever reason, they hate SAP. They hate SAP. And Palantir has, talked many times about dethroning SAP as the software king. SAP has 400,000 enterprise clients, many of them in Europe. I mean, dude, there might have been a world where Palantir and SAP came to the table and SAP knew that Palantir is the new kid on the block. Palantir needs help with distribution in Europe. And yeah, all of you guys in the chat right here are saying SAP sucks. For some reason, dude, anyone who uses SAP or works with it on a day-to-day basis, you guys just hate it. I've never personally used the software. I've never engaged with it, but I've heard it over and over and over again. And maybe SAP was like, hey, a collaboration with Palantir in our marketplace and being able to manage Foundry and AIP and the ontology on top of our software, and us giving them distribution would accelerate our ability to kind of modernize when it comes to even just the AI narrative. And for Palantir, they get a crap ton of distribution, partnering with the biggest tech company in Europe. from a software perspective. And that could also be something that's beneficial to them. So I like this partnership. I think we'll get more details soon. The fact that Karp did that video for their conference means that he's actively engaging in this partnership and wants Palantir to succeed in it. And we need Europe growth. Like, we cannot hang our hats on US commercial growth. Like, we need growth from other areas, especially at these multiples. It's got to come from somewhere. It's either going to be Asia or Europe. And Europe's a really big market. So I think that's actually very, very important for Palantir to be able to engage in. So good partnership. Good partnership. Yeah, dude, all of you guys in the chat just hate SAP so much. SAP is from the dark ages. Oh my gosh. So many of you hate SAP. I've never used it, but I've heard it for so many of you that people just can't stand SAP. Felix says, I work in tech. Oracle and SAP are on the top most hated list. IBM not too far behind. Jasmine says SAP is clunky at best. Ty says SAP does actually suck ass. All right, bro. Well, if SAP wants to protect their 400,000 enterprise clients from not completely going to Palantir, maybe that's why they did that partnership. So super bullish, dude. Super bullish. These are the types of partnerships we need for Palantir to be able to maintain the momentum that we're seeing in the stock. And hopefully that continues to accelerate growth. Again, Palantir, SAP has 400,000 clients. Palantir has 769. Like, I know the multiple's aggressive on the stock, but the growth expectations are actually possible to CAGR at maybe 35 to 40% for the next decade. I know that sounds crazy, but they're a really small company in terms of just the level of actual people using their product. And if that can get to 8,000 or 80,000 clients over the next 10 years, I think that could actually be very, very strong for Palantir over the long term. Google 169.46, just below 170 on the Class A shares, and then Amazon right here at 200.77, Hood at 64.88. Let's listen to the biggest Google hater on Wall Street, Mr. Gene Munster. It's important to listen to people who are also skeptical of the name. And to be fair, he does believe the stock can do well, but he has, if you just read his tweets, he has, I would say, objectively turned into the biggest guy on Wall Street that talks about tech that does not believe in Google. So here's what he has to say. Let's hear his thoughts. And then I would love to know if anyone agrees or disagrees with kind of his core premise on Google and, I guess, basically the future of search.
And we learned first that the landscape's changing more fast than what they had expected. Their opening comments around search, they said it's been a profound change over the past year. Second, we learned that their answer is AI mode. And third, and basically what AI mode is, think of it as AI overviews or just a generative search result that has ads wrapped around it. So it's not the pure kind of GPT simple answer. And then the third piece that we learned was that Google's not willing to rip the Band-Aid off. And not that they should, given that they've got 2.2 billion people that use search 20 plus times a day. I mean, just huge muscle memory there. But that's something that really stuck out. And I think that's what investors were hoping, was that they would be a little bit more aggressive. Effectively, what Google is telling those users that really haven't got the bug related to generative AI yet is just trust us. We're going to have a great experience. No need to look over here. My sense is that over time, people will just still find their way to these more simplified results. But I think we learned a lot, and we learned that Google understands there's a lot at stake here.
Gene, obviously your take is extraordinarily important, but Ben writes I think it was the end of March or early April, and I don't think he made this comparison likely, but he compared Google with Eastman Kodak, which again, he obviously thought about that. Thoughts on the potential for them to become as irrelevant as Kodak did seemingly overnight?
So my version of that isn't quite as harsh. It's that they're the next eBay. And I don't know how long it took Eastman Kodak to wind down, but I was recently looking at how long it took Netflix for their
Google is the next eBay. That is Mr. Gene Munster's claim. His main bullish picks are Tesla and Apple out of the Mag 7. He's obviously pretty bearish Google. But if you believe it's the next eBay, you don't buy it. If you believe they're not the next eBay, then you take a chance on the stock.
DVD business. And by the way, we recently had a conversation about OtterBox, same thing, Redbox, is that it took 16 years from the time that Netflix announced that they were going to effectively focus on in 2007 on the streaming business. They shut it down in 2022 or 2023. So what does that tell us as we think about that Eastman Kodak or that eBay, is that this is going to take a long time. And despite the fact that things are moving at a profound speed, and I'm a person who I just quick jump forward 1, 2, 5 years and kind of think down there. And the reality is that Google's going to have a good search quarter between here and there. And the stock's going to skyrocket. And then it's going to kind of drift back down until they really answer that question, a true offering that competes with these other generative, very simple answers. I think that's ultimately what they need.
Well, are they moving fast enough to answer that question, Gene? Because I think, I mean, if the stock is going to be caught in a range because of that, the lack of an answer to that question, then it's I don't know, it's not a holding that you hold and you set and forget it kind of thing.
Definitely don't hold and forget it. And they've got time here. I mean, again, muscle memory, 20 times a day, 2.2 billion people use their product. I mean, that is just unprecedented. And that gives them room to figure this stuff out. And those people, like, we obsess about this, but the average person just likes Google and they find ways to use it. They don't want the Band-Aid to get ripped off. And so I think that they do have time. And right now, my sense as an investor, I don't have time for this. We don't own the stock anymore. But I think that for as we kind of move forward, they're going to still have good pockets here. Then investors are going to say it's not happening as fast as we thought it will be. And so you just kind of have this bumpy road down. Definitely don't want to rule them out. I mean, make no mistake, they got an incredible brand, but they probably need to they do need to innovate beyond what they're showing with AI mode.
But gee, I'm curious though, because as they continue to push AI mode and AI tabs to the average, Google search person, and let's say more and more people use those tabs, but they're not monetizing, they can have a good search quarter, but advertising wise, it might not be a good quarter.
Well, basically why they did AI mode is because they still have search shots on net. I mean, it will show you a generative result, but at least I watched the demo twice. There's basically paid links on the bottom and the side. And so what's unique is you can keep going down a thread, which you really can't do with AI overviews today. It doesn't allow you to keep going down there. So that's something that definitely is better. But to answer your question, I mean, they promoted this 10% increase in search and there's more usage, and that's just shots on net. So that's how they can kind of keep moving along here, is that as more people do it, they can capture those blue links.
Yeah, I don't agree with that thesis, dude. I don't agree with it. I mean, like, I get the argument around search is not going to be growing as aggressively as, what it was doing in the past. That's kind of the common narrative on Google. The next eBay is a little aggressive, bro. It's just a tiny bit aggressive right here. eBay doesn't have $70 billion that they can use to buy back their stock. eBay doesn't have YouTube. eBay doesn't have cloud with operating margins that are up 10% year over year. I mean, eBay does not have Waymo. It does not have DeepMind. There's just to assume that there can be a fall off on Google that's as epic as some of the fall offs we've seen historically with tech companies when it's freaking Google. Doesn't mean they have to grow like they were in the past, but it definitely doesn't mean they have to fall off a cliff like the Yahoos, AOLs, or eBays of the world. I just don't see that happening. So I don't know what changes the narrative on the stock. I think it might just be better earnings or people just waking up, or maybe we get into a little bit more of a bullish rally towards the end of the year and everything kind of pumps with it. But Google does not deserve to be trading at 16 times. I think that's pretty obvious to most of us. So now it's just a question of, does the street wake up? Does the street wake up to it? Amid Google's issues are many search competitors with AI. Now, I'm not denying that. Perplexity, all these guys, ChatGPT, yes, those are definitely issues. And that is a headline on the stock that is bad. Does that mean it's the next eBay? I don't know. That's just like, I think that's aggressive. I think that's like, I think that's kind of saying like, and I kind of fell for this back in 2022. The Meta was the next AOL because they had some issues. They had to fix their issues. Google has, I think, some more structural issues because it has to deal with search and not just like margins on their cost of labor, which Meta was easily able to resolve. But I don't think you bet against a company with that much cash and that much ability to pivot. We would have to really see in the data over the coming quarters that Google's losing so much market share to all these AI search companies, and we will easily see it in the data. It'll be pretty obvious in their search revenue growth and their overall user growth. Gemini now at 400 million users per month. That was at 350 million last month. So they gained another 50 million over the course of the month. And if that gets closer to $1 billion, and then we really see that in terms of the advertising revenues ramping up from the AI overviews, I mean, there's a lot of different pieces of data, I think, to the story that we have to see. and hopefully we'll get more of that detail over the coming weeks. Josh Brown said it was PayPal. Yeah, I mean, look, I disagreed with Josh Brown when he came out with his take at the time. He was right in the timing. He got rid of Google for Netflix, and that worked out really well. So Netflix basically at all-time highs at 1,200. Definitely the right move to trim Google at 155 and buy Netflix at 900. But I don't know if that means Google's the next PayPal. At least not when they have this much cash on the balance sheet. Is CoreWeave up? Am I up $1 on CoreWeave? What's CoreWeave? Damn, dude, 101 on. I'm actually up on Core. That is insane, bro. Like this freaking stock, 11% on the day. My goodness, dude. Holy crap. CoreWeave is not stopping. GBT has 500 million weeklies. Well, Sam Altman hinted on his TED Talk that they're basically at 1 billion monthlies. And he said they increased 4x year over year. So if you take their kind of 200 million number last year, multiply by 4, that's closer to 800 million. So I think they're closing in on 1 billion users. They've been number 1 on the App Store for the past year. I mean, again, well, one thing that I do think that is the bull case for OpenAI is that when you think of AI, you don't think of Gemini, you don't think of Grok, you don't think of Claude, you don't think of Meta, you don't think of DeepSeek, you think of ChatGPT. And if you're a kid in high school right now that's like doing math homework or helping you write your essay, like you're using GPT. So and Sam Altman has not been shying away from tweeting about how much usage is happening and how much they need to get their hands on GPUs. So I do think that brand identity has been really good for ChatGPT. CoreWeave now 101.7. My goodness. But that doesn't mean that Google's dead or anything like that. NVIDIA right here, 134. That's a little bit down on the day. Where's gold? Gold is up 0.5. So you got gold up a little bit. UK inflation is at 3.5. That was at 2.4 last month. So that one accelerated pretty aggressively. It looks like it's due to a couple of one-time things, including some policies they passed that's also causing it. They passed there was a off-gem energy price cap that was introduced in April 2025 inside of the UK. And that also is what caused a little bit of this jump. So this might be a sort of 1 month phenomena versus a trend. But yeah, inflation in the United Kingdom, that one did spike up. That could also be a reason why bond yields are acting a little upset right now in the United States. So we do have that piece of news. And then we also had mortgage rates are the highest they've been in the past 3 months. A 30-year fixed mortgage rates in the United States of America is now 6.92%. So 3-month high, basically you're paying 7% on a mortgage. Yeah, it's not good for the housing market. It's not good for the housing market at all. Amit, where do you see Hood in a year? If we get S&P inclusion and Bitcoin's closer to like 125, 150, which I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's crazy to say Bitcoin's closing in on at least 125 by the end of the year, especially if we get that tax bill passed and, we keep printing money. And if we can't get a bidder for our treasuries and the Fed steps in and says, you know what? Time to turn on the money printer. Let's start quantitative easing again. That would really get Bitcoin to be excited. I think Hood could be around $80. I think that's kind of my target by the end of the year. But Hood is super high beta, market takes a haircut. We get any level of volatility. We get some trade deals that don't go through. Hood could come right back. I'm kind of waiting for Hood to go back to 55-ish. I thought it would not really get to this mid 60 range and normalize around here. So I'm realistically expecting a dip to 55 eventually, like in the next month and a half. But if we don't get there, we don't get there, and hopefully we can get back up to 80. Dude, why is CoreWeave pumping, bro? Do I take a $5 profit? I expected to bag hold this, dude. I did not expect to be up on my money here, dude. $4.40. That's money, bro. That is freaking money. This is incredible. Why is it moving? So is this just being pumped by retail? Earnings were good, but dude, they're spending 3x the amount of their quarterly revenue on CapEx. They have $8 billion in debt. They have a really exciting business model. I get it, but still, that's a lot of money. And the street's just looking past that. They don't care. So I don't really know. I don't think there's a headline today, but she's pumping, and NVIDIA owns 7% of it. So it's good for NVIDIA. That's a coffee and a donut. Okay, I don't know if $4 will get you a coffee and a donut in this economy anymore. I think a coffee itself is like $4.70. The donut, dude, a donut used to be like 85 cents. A donut is now like $1.40. Like donuts aren't like, it's inflation, bro. It's kind of crazy. It's just like, I think I got an Arizona green tea the other day, and they're supposed to be 99 cents. That thing was $1.49, bro. I was like, all right, the Arizona iced teas are not $1 anymore. That ship has sailed. Palo Alto down 6.62% again. I don't know why Palo Alto's down. It was a good earnings, a little bit light on guidance. Maybe that's why the stocks getting hit right here. Palo Alto always tends to get hit on earnings because it always runs up into earnings. It's always been like a trend. This stock tends to be expensive, not as expensive as CrowdStrike, but cybersecurity names are trading always a bit at a premium. But that stock right here down about 6.5%. Robinhood 65.12, and then Bitcoin, are we still at 107? Bitcoin is at 107.6 currently right now. Donuts are like $5 in the UK. Dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. I think at Dunkin' Donuts is like $1.40 or something like that. Volume on CoreWeave is just past 15 million. What's the average volume on CoreWeave? I think the average volume on CoreWeave, if I'm not wrong. Well, let me check the options market. Hold on. So yesterday, oh no, this is updating daily. Okay, so this is updating right now. So the top 5 stocks that have been traded via option volume, I will tell you that right now. First of all, CoreWeave's average volume is, right now today it's 15 million. The average volume is 15. So the average volume is 15.8. Right now it's at 15.4. So it's an hour into the market open, and they've done their average within the hour. So definitely a lot of people stepping into the ring on CoreWeave. The top 10 stocks today that have been traded via option volume from the highest to lowest: NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, UNH, AMD, Target, Google, Palantir, and then rounding out at number 10, Palo Alto Networks. D-Wave is at number 15. D-Wave's at number 15. SoFi, by the way, is number 20. Looking at this list right now. So NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, UNH, AMD, Target, Google, Palantir, and Palo Alto Networks are the top 10 that are traded right now. CoreWeave's not in there. Oh, no, it is. There it is. CoreWeave number 17, 15,978. So you do have the options market, at least via volume, that's engaging with CoreWeave right here. All right, there you go. 102.15. I feel like they're going to have to dilute, bro. There's no way. There's barely any shares. It is shorted a bit. I don't think there's any way that the CEO doesn't take advantage of this and do a little bit of dilution. Just a little bit. We got to see. I feel like it's kind of obvious, but then again, if they don't, then they're doing right by shareholders, and maybe they don't need the cash, and maybe this thing goes way higher than the hundreds. Jason actually made a good comparison to it yesterday. ARM is the comparison. Remember ARM IPO'd? It was one of the most expensive IPOs, and then that thing just ran from $50 to $150. Now it's at $130. If you got in around IPO, or even if you bought, it went from 50 to 150. Let's say you bought at 100, which is already a big move after it IPO'd. You still had $50 of upside. Now it's at 132, but still, like, it's very similar to what we're seeing on CoreWeave. And CoreWeave right here, up well over 10% on the day. All right, CNBC is talking about Google. Let's see what coverage they're giving right here. They are live. Let's see what they have to say about the Googs.
This morning, it's up 3% following news out of its developer conference. Google beefing up its AI offerings. It's announcing updates to its search engine called AI Mode, a new VIP AI subscription service, and new smart glasses in a partnership with Warby Parker. Our next guest says there's one thing the company can do to unlock value in a major way. So let's bring in DA Davidson analyst Gil Luria. He has a hold rating on the stock, $160 price target. Gil, it's great to speak with you this morning. Let's start right there. How do you unlock more value at Alphabet?
The only way forward for Google is to do a big bang breakup. So spin off the ad network, spin off the cloud, the AI business, with or without the TPU business, spin off the TPU business, spin off YouTube. That's the only way shareholders will get the full value of these businesses. Yesterday was a great Google in a nutshell moment. They introduced all this technology that puts them in the lead in all these AI categories, the glasses, the translation, the strong models, the image generation. and the stock was down. It's been down for the year. It's bouncing back a little bit today, but it's been down. What that tells you is right now, because search is so overwhelming, the stock is just trading at 16 times earnings. So you talked in the previous segment about how valuable Tesla is based on a hypothetical robo-taxi. Alphabet has Waymo. Every time you take a Waymo ride, they lose money. 16 times that, the stock goes down. OpenAI is worth $300 billion. Every time you use ChatGPT, that value goes up. Every time you use Google AI, they lose money on that. 16 times that, the stock goes down. It's an untenable situation. They need to isolate the search business. It's controversial. It'll continue to trade at 16 times. The other businesses are going to trade at 50 times. They'll trade at 10 times revenue.
Who agrees? Do we need a full breakup on Google in order to get value to be unlocked for shareholders?
And that's how the stock can double. All the management team has to do is move forward on that kind of plan.
But we know Google, Alphabet, like others and the other hyperscalers and others that are spending all of this money on AI are throwing tens of billions of dollars at that. So if they were to break this up, do they lose the ability to make those kinds of hefty investments that can be seen and realized across all these different parts of their company?
Not necessarily, because they can put the cash in the money-losing business. They could lever up Google Search, which is a cash flow machine, and they could raise tremendous amount of capital. Think about all the capital OpenAI is raising. Google has a better model. Our expert on the topic, Alex Platt, has told me that the Google 2.5, the Gemini 2.5 is better than any model OpenAI has. So if OpenAI can raise at this valuation tens of billions of dollars, then if you spun off the AI business from Google, it could raise capital as well. So there wouldn't need to be, you don't have to keep these businesses together. You could put the capital with the high growth businesses and lever up the search business. Shareholders would get a much better outcome.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. There are some parts to what he's saying that definitely can be unlocked in terms of value. I don't know if I would fully agree that that is the best route to go, but it's not crazy. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the idea of Google ultimately being broken up to unlock value. This has happened in the past. We've seen it with many tech companies. I just don't know if Google needs to do that to get the multiple to change on the stock. Are we back at 170 on the Googs? We are at 169.70 on Class A. On Class C, we are at 171. Wow. All right, dude. You know what? C's get degrees. Okay, we are going with Class C for today. Literally, we are in class. And C's get degrees inside of a class. So we are going with Class C on Google. And we're not going to look at Class A. And boom, there you go. 171 on the Googs. So not too bad. I mean, look, we thought this would happen yesterday. It didn't happen. Went to 163. I guess that was a head fake. And now we're back breaking above 170, which is, at least on the Class C shares, not too bad. And then probably Class A is going to catch up to. Usually they're like 30 to 40 cents away from each other. No breakup. Investors need to recognize Google's value and future in AI and stop being so emotional. Look, I agree. I don't think that's crazy. I do think there's a lot of emotional sentiment baked into the stock, but I also think, the headlines are aggressive. And when Apple comes out and says, we're going to get rid of Google as their default search engine, like you do get people thinking, wait a second, that's not good, right? Granted, that's not a death blow to Google, but that's definitely something that can be an overhang on the multiple. And I think that's been kind of the biggest concern on it over the past couple of months. Dude, Vlad just did another podcast. My goodness, he just went on the Jay Shetty podcast. This is incredible, dude. This is incredible. Here's the intro. I just clicked on YouTube on a separate tab. There you go. They are getting this guy everywhere.
Was a very controversial name, and I think that's what made it powerful, because you either love it or you're kind of like repulsed by it to some degree. But it doesn't sound like a finance company. Yeah. The name itself tells you a lot about what the company stands for and what the products help you achieve.
The #1 health and wellness podcast,
Jay Shetty. Okay, so for those that don't know, Jay Shetty, he's this like motivational speaker dude. and he like, dude, his guest list is crazy, bro. If we go to his channel, this guy gets everybody. He got freaking Michelle Obama, Deepak Chopra, David Blaine, Selena Gomez. Like, I mean, this guy, I don't know how he gets these people. I don't know why they sit down to talk to him, but they sit down to talk to him. So 4.1 million subs. Talk about distribution. A lot of people, if they didn't know about Robinhood, they're going to get introduced to Robinhood via Vlad. And so what I want my CEO doing. It's what I want my CEO getting the message out there and embracing new media. Like the distribution Vlad's about to get on Jay Shetty versus a Bloomberg or a CNBC hit, it's night and day, bro. And it's new people. And it's a money episode. And like, you know, these motivational podcast people click on these episodes to like learn how to make more money and stuff, right? You know, have you guys noticed we are in such a different niche when it comes to finance content? Like there's, hey, I'm interested in like making money content. Hey, I'm interested in like credit cards content and like being more efficient. Hey, I'm interested in like optimizing my daily routine to have better health habits, to be able to be in a better financial and wealth and growth mindset type of content. And then there's, hey, what the hell is Jay Powell saying at 2:30 p.m. on an FOMC meeting type of content? And all of us are the last one, which is the most degenerate, but it's also the one that I think makes the most money, quite frankly, because you have a lot of regular people that are, you know, clicking on how to optimize their credit cards. And then you have a lot of us that are trying to figure out, should we buy zero DTE options on CoreWeave because the damn thing keeps going up every day. But like, you know, the people that Vlad's going to be talking to on Jay Shetty are going to be people who are generally interested in the concept of just making more money in life. And then Robinhood is kind of the vehicle by which he's going to explain, you know, they can get started on their path to financial freedom. So it's just new audiences. It's just new audiences that he can get access to. Vlad should be on Hot Ones. That would be hilarious, bro. That would be hilarious. That would be wild. Amit, are you buying Hood here? I bought 200 shares of Hood yesterday. So yeah. Did I tell you guys that? I don't know if I told you guys that, but I might have not, because it was a long ass stream and we had so many interviews, but yeah, dude, I don't really care. I'm buying more. I'll buy more right now. It's down right here. All right, here we go. How much are we going to buy? I feel like if it's a covered call market and you can sell calls against it, I'd rather increase my share count. I don't think it's going to run away to $80. And if it does, it is what it is. Let's buy, we're going to do 25 shares. All right. You see that? There it goes. Your market ordered by 25 shares of Hood was filled. There we go, baby. We're buying it. We're buying into the strength. We are buying into the strength. This is really what I should have been doing with Palantir when it was freaking $30-$40. I should have been like, I had a little bit more of a conservative mentality. I was like afraid to buy into strength. This time it's different. Now, the other reason I'm really confident here in buying, very simple. We already had the drawdown. This is why some people might think it's reckless. I think there's a way to mitigate against that, because I'm going to sell calls against these shares and be able to reduce my adjusted cost basis from that perspective. And so I think if I'm saying it's a covered call market and I'm saying stocks are not going to run away from you like they did in 2024, I think if you buy a stock right here, you're going to be able to use it to generate some level of income, especially if it's as high beta as Hood, because if you get any little bit of a downturn, you know, you're going to get some weakness in the stock and you'll be able to keep it range bound, at least in a certain period of time. I wouldn't be selling calls before S&P inclusion though. So at the end of June, I'm going to take off all my covered calls and try to let it be fully empty. Number two, I think we already had the drawdown, dude. Do I think Hood goes back to 30? No. Do I think it could go back to 55? Sure. Does it have to? Not really. And if it does, my covered calls are going to print. So it's like, I'm not that worried about it. But I think we had the drawdown already. And retail's buying the dip like crazy. Quarter two is going to be magnificent based on the April and May data that we're seeing. April, we already had an all-time high in equity and options, and April was a crappy month. May has been a phenomenal month. I can't imagine what the May data looks like. Crypto's at 107 with Bitcoin. Ethereum's at 25. We don't talk about Ethereum enough, but Ethereum back to 2,500. This thing was stuck at 1,500 for the better part of 12 months. Robinhood's getting a spread on all of that. And then on top of that, this whole real world asset tokenization stuff, that is a tailwind to the stock that I think, along with S&P inclusion, could be gigantic. Robinhood has that crypto event in France. I mean, the stuff that they're going to introduce, I just think that's going to keep proving that this is the Amazon of finance. And so for me, just not that scared. Not that scared of buying more. PK says, Amit, I sold hood calls for 68 to get $5,500 premium. Now I have mixed feelings. It goes up, it's bad. It goes down, it's bad. But on the other hand, if it goes up, it's good. If it goes down, it's good. Yeah, exactly. What is the expiration on that 68 though? Because if the expiration is a couple months out, then, in a couple months, I personally think Robinhood will be above 68 and you'll have to manage it. But my mom sold 68s for this Friday. So, if Robinhood is not at 68 on Friday, then, she's going to be able to print. I think she picked up $590 of premium, something like that. She sold NVIDIA 138s for this Friday as well. I mean, again, there's ways to manage this stuff that doesn't have to be as scary as the stock running away from you. Usually my covered calls, thank you for the super chat, is weekly. I used to do monthly, but now I like managing them per week, especially because Trump will tweet something, randomly during the week. And so I like having the ability to manage them on a week-to-week basis. The percentage premium stuff doesn't really change. I mean, sometimes it does based on how you optimize it, but realistically, if you can get 0.5% a week, it's the same as getting 2.5% a month or 3% a month or whatever, right? So it's not that crazy. Which delta? I tend to do 0.25s to 0.15s. I don't really touch the 0.3s, especially on NVIDIA and Hood because they're high flyers. Again, those Palantir 140s are freaking printing, dude, because we got 2 days left. Is Palantir going to go to 140? Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't even know what the delta was on the 140 when I did it, but at the time it was at 133. I think maybe the delta was at 0.27, closer to 3.3. 0.3 is where people tend to do it, where you get an optimal mix of premium and a less probability of the stock getting called away. But realistically, if you're in a bullish market, 0.3s are dangerous, right? Because the stock can get away from you. But at the time, when it was at 133, it was at all-time highs. I was like, I think going up to 140 is aggressive. So even if the delta was high, that's where your understanding of the stock and then your understanding of the overall market momentum is what allows you to manage it on a week-to-week basis. And, those 140s printed $1,000 of income in 10 days, which is not, 2% on your money in 10 days is not easy. And the worst case scenario, I would have had to sell them at 140, which I wouldn't have. I would have rolled it. But even if I did have to sell Palantir at 140, if someone wanted to get rid of their Palantir share, if you bought it at 20, it's just not the worst. It's not the worst thing that could happen. Is kind of the point that I'm trying to make. Is Google still at 170? Are we still there? Google 169.77. Okay, Class A still just below 169, and then Goog's at 170, or Goog's Class C is at 169. Wow, Nebius, there she goes. Data centers, CoreWeave, Nebius. These things are taking off, folks. They are getting some momentum. Is Target still down aggressively? No, a little recovery. It was down 6%. Now it's down 4%. I'm not buying Target. I don't hate buying it here. I have to go deeper into what the CEO said today because he did acknowledge that they messed up the quarter. So before I buy, I would want to just listen to what he had to say. Rock Lab trying to break above 26, kind of normalizing 23 to 25 on Rock Lab. Nice to see that. Tessie normalizing the 340s. But you got Hood right here at 64.87, and then Google just below that 170 range. Is Target a value buy at 94? Yes, absolutely. But, it's value for a reason. So it's just one of those things you have to watch out on. This is a DM I want to show you guys that I got yesterday. This is kind of I know I've been sounding like a broken record, but this is kind of the point I'm trying to make about why covered calls at least are a strategy that I think everyone should learn about. So this is a DM I got yesterday. What's up, Amit? I've been trying to learn how covered calls work, and I don't know if you'll see this, but I just wanted to get your opinion. So I own 100 shares of IONQ. Shout out to IONQ in the chat at a $7 average. Are you telling me if I sell 10 call contracts, strike 45 expiring July 18th, I will immediately get 2,000 credited to me? And if IONQ hits or goes above 45 by July 18th, then I will keep my premium and be forced to sell my shares at 45. If not, I keep the premium and the shares can essentially rinse and repeat, which honestly, I would not care to be forced to sell my shares at 45, given the earnings and valuation of this company. IONQ is obviously trading at an aggressive multiple, and would not be crying to take profits regardless. I'm bullish quantum long-term, but even I can see the crazy valuation of the company. Might as well profit off people's stupidity in the short term. This is my point. The dude's saying, hey, I got, a good chunk of IONQ at a $7 average. I can make a 5x selling at 45, and I can get paid to sell it. And I think more and more people that are recognizing that, they're acknowledging that this is a strategy that's not one of the worst strategies in a bullish market as well. Alphabet 169.90. We did hit 170 on the Class A shares. We did hit 170 on Class A, 170.16. So it looks like we'll get back there, but we just cracked 170.16 on Alphabet Class A. But what if the stock goes to $1 billion? Yeah, then it's an unlimited loss because of your opportunity cost. Dude, that argument is insane. Dude, you guys know I got into a little kerfuffle on Twitter yesterday with this hedge fund manager. This suit who's out in California. He was so mad at my post of my mom selling covered calls. Like, when I mean mad, I mean, this guy like went off on me. He was like, delete your account. You are a horrible human being, yada, 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 yada. And I'm just like, you know what I wanted to say to him? This is what I wanted to say. Let me show you this. I respectfully invited him to come on the channel to have a conversation with me because he was being so aggressive. But this is really what I wanted to say. Like, when he was going off on me as some fancy hedge fund manager who obviously thinks retail should do nothing with options, this is literally what I wanted to say to him.
My yard. All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
For those that have seen that meme, I want to be like, yo, relax, Brody. Calm the hell down. Like, get out of here. And then I started doing some research on this guy. This is the guy's name, Ben Eifert. Okay, Ben Eifert. Started doing some research on this guy. This guy hates retail investors. Like, he absolutely can't stand them. He hates Robinhood. He hates retail. He hates retail learning about options. And he just went off on me last night. And I was respectful with him, but I wanted to be like, bro, like, what is wrong with you? Like, calm the hell down. So he quote tweeted my post. Again, this post is misleading. Unfortunately, Robinhood says max loss unlimited because Robinhood's assuming it's a naked call, or Robinhood's not assuming it's a naked call. Every broker, I did some research last night, has to say max loss unlimited because of some FINRA SEC requirement around how to show the potential loss of a covered call, even though it's covered. It's not a naked call, right? So there is no unlimited max loss. If you lose your shares, you lose your shares and you profit on the shares and you keep the premium. There is no max loss unlimited. Robinhood doesn't even allow you to sell naked options and puts. This hedge fund guy who apparently knows so much about Robinhood, he gets so upset because he thinks the max loss is unlimited. And in my head, I'm like, dude, if you know so much about retail trading, you should know that Robinhood doesn't even allow that. So A, that's the first part where you're wrong. And then B, I explained to him, I was like, hey man, I think there's a misunderstanding, but you're kind of reading it wrong. And he was just like, you will make much more money if you don't sell covered calls over the long term. And I was like, yeah, I've read some of the academic literature. I'm reading more about the, derivative strategies from the past. And I think there's certain studies that say you make less money selling covered calls, certain studies that say it can be a good source of income. And there's different ways to think about it. And then he just goes off on me and he thinks I'm selling a Discord and I'm selling a course or some shit. And he's like, you talk nonsense. You are literally telling people to light money on fire. You should delete your account, log off, get a job that doesn't involve predating on people. And I was like, okay, first of all, buddy, I don't sell a course or Discord. Second of all, I'm genuinely interested in option selling. And I said, hey, come on the channel. Let's have a conversation. And then he said, okay. So I want to hit this guy up and I want to get him on the channel. And I want to see why he hates retail so much. I talked to a couple of other people because a lot of people saw this thread. There's some other people that know about this guy. I was introduced to this guy yesterday. Apparently, there's the whole option selling community on X that this guy is basically, they see him as a troll. They see him as this quant hedge fund dude who thinks he's better than everybody else, who thinks that retail is always dumb money, who thinks that retail should have no interest in learning about derivatives because this guy, trades them at some quant hedge fund in California. And they take him as a joke. I got a bunch of DMs last night of saying, dude, ignore that guy. He thinks no one should do anything in the option ecosystem if you're a retail investor. And I'm just like, wait a second. My mom is hedging her Robinhood by selling a covered call at 68. How is the hedge fund manager telling retail to not hedge? I'm like, what is going on here, bro? And then he has some podcasts on YouTube. And so I started listening to his stuff. And again, he's a smart guy. I'm listening to his podcast on YouTube. I was listening to it last night. And the amount of animosity he speaks with about retail, I was just like, I need to debate this guy. I need to get him on the channel. I want to see why does he hate retail so much? Is it because his hedge fund is not outperforming retail? Because most hedge funds don't beat the S&P 500. So I'm just curious, is he mad that retail has had a really good win streak for the past 5 years? Is he mad that people are printing. Like there was a guy in the chat yesterday, Louis, who has 100,000 shares of NVIDIA. He's selling 0.10 delta covered calls at 150, which just means super out of the money, unlikely to get called away every single week. He's bringing in $4,000 of premium because the guy has 100,000 shares of NVIDIA. And I mentioned that to Ben last night. I was like, oh, well, there's this guy who's doing this. You think that's a horrible strategy? He was like, yes, that's stupid. Don't do that ever. Don't touch covered calls. I'm like, but the guy has 100,000 shares of NVIDIA, and NVIDIA's not going to 150 anytime soon, in my opinion. Like, and if it does go to 150, his average is $2. Like, what? Like, I just like what? I think it's just pure resentment of retail, and I'm really curious to have a conversation with the guy. I really am. So, let's see if we can make that happen. But yeah, dude, he was just so aggressive. I'm like, dude, chill. Like I get the picture says max loss unlimited, and that's more Robinhood's fault than anything. It's just like they're showing something that's not exactly true, but it's not a naked call. You would know that if you know about retail trading apps. Like they don't even allow that. And then B is just like, shut up, delete your account. You're a horrible human being. I'm like, first of all, how is that a way to talk to someone? Like I wasn't aggressive with him. I just said, hey man, there's a misunderstanding. I think you need to look at it this way. And he's like, shut up, delete your account. I'm like, okay, so I already understand how you think of people in retail. Because if I had hedge fund manager in some London quant firm inside of my bio, maybe you would have, treated me differently. But because I have Palantir in my bio, maybe you think I'm an idiot, right? So I want to have this debate. Is Bitcoin at 108? Is Bitcoin at 108? Bitcoin, wow. 108 on Bitcoin. All-time high is 109, folks. All-time high is 109. It is 109. Dude. This is holding up a lot of these crypto plays. Robinhood just below 65. Where's MSTR? It's at 417. And then where's Coin? 261. Put in the chat if you own Bitcoin. Put in the chat. Actually, no, I'm going to do a better poll. Here's the question in the chat. Here's the question. What is the percentage of your portfolio towards Bitcoin? Here we go. What percentage of Bitcoin do you own portfolio-wise? We're going to go 0%, 1%, 5%, and then more than 5%. Let's see. Let's see the skew we have. I think those are the best kind of four options. 0% is none, 1% is little, 5% is decent chunk of it, and then more than 5%, you probably are orange pilled and you believe in the Bitcoin thesis. 108.2. 108.2 on Bitcoin. I mistyped the first one. It says 0.5. It should say the percentage sign. I just typed too quickly. So that 0.5 is actually just 0 with the percent. Dude, you guys are some Bitcoin bears, bro. 47% of you have 0 of your portfolio in Bitcoin. Bro. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of the same. So I think I have like a couple dollars of Bitcoin. But all right. So people, I think you guys are bullish Bitcoin, but maybe you don't want to allocate to Bitcoin via Bitcoin, which is fair. That's what I do. I buy more HUD. I bought HUD at 64.80 today. It's at 65.13 because Bitcoin that I benefit from Bitcoin in a way that I like to personally benefit from it, which is Robinhood. So I can't blame anyone for having different exposure. 27% of you say more than 5% though. 27% of you saying more than 5%. So that's not too bad. You can't sell covered calls on Bitcoin. That is correct. That's another reason I don't own Bitcoin. You kind of can do it with like super different forms of leverage, but like that's like actually very risky and you need to get certain brokerage accounts that allow you to leverage against your Bitcoin and go short and long against it. The easiest way to just short a call on Bitcoin, sell a covered call, is by buying IBIT. So that is another reason I don't own Bitcoin, because I'm just like, I can't do anything with it. I'm not going to do some fancy form of leverage to just generate some income. I'd rather buy IBIT or HUD, which is already beta exposed to Bitcoin. Okay, maybe I should ask a better question. Who has the lowest, or if you feel comfortable disclosing, what is your average on Bitcoin? Like, does anyone have like a $10 average? Do we have any like OG 2010 people? I know a couple people that have like a 45-cent average and they just don't look at it anymore. They have so much Bitcoin. Well, not even so much Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin obviously from 45 cents to 100,000, right? It's kind of like you're never going to sell it type of Bitcoin. I know a couple people, literally I know like a couple. I know 2 people that have averages below $1. And that's because in 2010, they knew what's the guy's name, dude? It's like the godfather of Bitcoin. It's his name, starts with an F. They were friends with him and they were telling me the story. And it starts with an F. Something is his name. But they were friends with a guy who told him to buy Bitcoin. They bought like 5-10 grand of it. And obviously now it's turned into a lot of money. So I know a couple people, but not too many people in my ecosystem that have, $2 averages. Wow, you guys have some good averages. Someone has 6K. Someone has 19K. Dexter, shout out to Dexter, 19K. Ben has 7K. Even David with 54K. That's up a double. Bitcoin. Are we going for all-time highs? 108.5, baby. 108.5 on Bitcoin. Shane has 40K. Yeah, Michael Saylor is definitely a billionaire. It's not Farzad. Farzad is all in Tesla. I think the podcast that we did will come out later today. He's literally all in Tesla. He's thinking of finally buying some Palantir, so he wants to get into Palantir. But yeah, he's pretty much all in Tesla. Baba has 8K right here. Dhruv has 26K. Dude, that means a lot of you guys are up like 3 to 4x on Bitcoin. Abhishek has 38K. And yeah, why would you sell, right? Like if we're going to debase our currency to the point where we are going to increase our deficit by the tune of 4 or 5 trillion, like, it has become more clear to me than ever. And obviously I'm not a Bitcoin millionaire, because if this was clear to me back in 2015 or back in 2010 or even back in 2017, I would have a lot more Bitcoin. But it has become more and more evident to me that we are going to keep money printing. We are going to keep the dollar as the world's reserve currency. But in order to do that, we will have to debase it. It's just that simple. And as a result, people will want a natural hedge. Just like people want gold as a hedge, people will want a digital form of that hedge, especially because Bitcoin is literally only 21 million of them, right? Gold is there's a bit more supply than 21 million. And as a result, it creates this supply-demand imbalance. And then you've just got the sailors of the world that are buying it. You've got the ETFs that have over 50 billion in custody on. Like, it's just becoming obvious to me. And it's becoming obvious to me right now, which is why I don't own a ton of Bitcoin. But if it became obvious to you years ago, or even months ago, you're doing very well on the position. So, I don't know. Feels unlikely selling $500 below all-time highs. I'm like, who's selling right here, bro? I mean, right? Like the $300 away from all-time highs. Like, if you've DCA'd, it's going to be a little tough to say you're getting out right before 109. Google 171. So Google and Bitcoin, huh? These were the moves of the day. Google and Bitcoin. 171 Class A shares. Class C should be at close to 172. Yep, 172 on Class C. Google and Bitcoin winning the day. Robinhood 65.37 moving with Bitcoin as well. Then Palantir 125, that's flat. And then NVIDIA 134.59 on the day. Dude, not bad. Getting some love on Google and Bitcoin. Let's get some more coverage on Tesla. We talked a little about it in the morning. Let's get a recap of what happened yesterday on Tessie. And then we'll keep going from there.
His respect for the country's workforce. Of course, he also has a very large plant there in Shanghai. Also asked about competition with that country's homegrown EV makers, BYD being perhaps the largest amongst them, as well as regulation around EVs from Beijing.
We have, just get the terminology right.
Understood.
Unsupervised, we have, supervised full self-driving, where there's a person in the car. It has approval in China, but whenever we release a new version, we have to get an incremental approval.
Right.
And at times we do have to battle other car companies in China who are trying to stop us from deploying.
It's an incredibly competitive market, isn't it?
China is the most competitive market.
Are they ahead of us in certain areas that are important?
The United States still has an advantage in breakthrough innovation, but so it's the United States, and I think it's somewhat of a cultural thing, which is that to have breakthrough innovation, you have to question authority. Fundamentally, you break through, you're questioning the conventional wisdom when you do a breakthrough innovation.
Right.
And in China, that are generally like to question the authority, or that's not, it's not as encouraged as it is in the U.S. Questioning
but
authority.
they do seem to be.
Okay, we touched 109. We'll go back to that in a second. We touched 109. I can see it right here on Webull. 109.356. That is the 109.4, 109.45. That's the actual 109.4 is the 52-week high and the all-time high. I mean, we're $500 away, folks. We're $500 away. So we just touched 109, got rejected right there at 109.027, 108.946. Obviously, a lot of the Bitcoin miners doing well. CleanSpark right here up 7%. MicroStrategy is up. See, the fact that MicroStrategy is only up 1% means that Saylor is doing some dilution right now, which he should be to buy more Bitcoin. But you would think MSTR would be getting a bigger move right here. Coinbase is at 263. Hoodie crypto volumes in May are going to be fantastic. 65.45. Maybe we see 66. CoreWeave still at 100. IBIT up well on the day. IBIT's now at all-time highs as well. Bitcoin ETF, that's up about 2%. And then there we go, back to 109, back to 109. Where's Solana and Ethereum? So, and all the other guys. So Fartcoin's at 130, Ethereum's at 25.77, XRP's at 239. Shout out to Steve. Dogecoin's at 23 cents. That's still well below that 40-cent high that we had in January. And then where's Solana? Solana's at, dude, this is really a Bitcoin rally. None of these names are moving as aggressively. Solana's at 172. This is more so Bitcoin moving versus the alts moving with Bitcoin. So, yeah, this is whoever's buying Bitcoin they're buying Bitcoin. Cardano is 76 cents. That's up about 5% past 24 hours, but none of them are moving 2% intraday like Bitcoin is moving right now. Who's buying right here is the question, dude. Who's buying? Is it Saylor? Is it retail? Is it the Saudis? Like, I mean, someone's buying at 108.8, folks. That's why we're seeing it get to these levels. We do have Snowflake earnings after the bell. We will talk about that on the close. I don't know if Snowflake's a buy. I personally would stay away from it. Could I see it move just because the stock has been dead for the past couple months, even after it's run from 160? Yes, especially if they accelerate back to 30% growth and their RPO is up 55%. So they're still not profitable. Stock-based percentage as a percentage of revenue is about 50%. That one is coming down to like 47%, but still it's pretty ugly. There are some nasty metrics. There also are some good metrics. In general, I don't think Snowflake has really an AI narrative, but I would not be surprised to see this at 200 after hours just based on their pure growth. Also would not be surprised to see this at 165. So on Snowflake, it's kind of 50-50 to me based on how this turns out. Bitcoin right here getting hit at 109, 108.7. 108.7. So it's going to be a little tough to break through, but it did touch 109 3 times in the past, basically 5 minutes. China could be buying. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's China. Is GEV pumping? GE Veranova, that one. Yeah, that one's up 2% as well. L3 Harris, Trump specifically mentioned them yesterday. That stock is up 1%. They got a red candle over the past hour. And then Raytheon and Lockheed. I thought maybe we would get a Palantir mention. Unfortunately, we didn't. So we don't know if Palantir's involved with the Golden Dome. I really do think they are. It would be hard to believe they're not, but Palantir did not get that mention yesterday. In the press conference. Palantir right here, 126.11, Bitcoin at 108.9. Okay, Figure said that we're going to post a new video this morning. I don't see it yet. That is going to be a fun video. I genuinely have no idea what they're posting, but Brett said last night that they're posting a new robot video. Tesla posted a video last night, so whenever that's out, I will share that because that will be fun to see. Figure is not public. No, they're private. 109 again on Bitcoin. 109 again on Bitcoin. And then Hoodie 65.57. There she goes. We're up on the 25 shares we bought this morning. Here we go. Dude, 70. Did we see 70? Do we see that in the coming weeks? Do we normalize the 60s and we go to 70? At 70, is it expensive? Yeah. I'm like, then the valuation starts to get up there. But if we get a great Q2, I think they can hold at least 60 to 70, that range. Now, if we get to 80 anytime soon, it's going to be, it's pricey. Like it's overvalued, it's aggressive. And like, that's probably pure market momentum. I still think that if they put up the numbers, which the numbers I'm looking for are basically close to $1 billion in revenue in Q2. Again, they got $927 million last quarter. They had $1 billion the quarter before. Dude, if they pull that off and their EPS anywhere near, 35 to 40 cents, I mean, and S&P inclusion and Bitcoin, I mean, and the crypto event, like you put those catalysts together and you got Vlad on the Jay Shetty podcast, getting all these new people interested in the company. 60 to 70 is not a crazy range for Robinhood to be at. I don't think so. Now, if the market tanks, that's a totally different story. If Bitcoin tanks, different story. But oh my God, Bitcoin 109.3. That's why Hood is moving as well. 109.3. All-time high is 109.4. 109.45. I've got the bell ready. I will ring the bell if we get to 109.45. This is not a new all-time high. 109.45. We got to 109.385. I'm going to use Webull. Some of you guys have a different metric. I'm using Webull. Robinhood Legends a little bit slow on the updating of the exact tick by tick. So I'm going to use Webull. But 109.45 is what it needs to break to get us to all-time highs on Bitcoin. Yeah, its PE is only 36. Do it. For a growth stock, people pay a high PE. So I agree with you. And if they put up some monster Q2 numbers, that PE is going to continue to be in that 25 to 35 range, which is not expensive if you believe they can continue the growth in 2026. Now, 2026, we get a bear market. They're not going to continue the growth, right? That's why then Robinhood stock will drop. But if you believe they can hold on to the growth for the next couple of years and you're paying for those forward earnings, market's going to take it up. Market's not going to let it come back down to the 30s if they're able to put up that type of growth. All right, 109.2, folks. 109.4. Shai says can't even work. No one's working from home right now. It's 11 a.m. Eastern. All my Europeans getting ready to go to bed. No one's working from home in the States. That's for damn sure. Everyone's staring at this Bitcoin right now. Oh boy, it's $100 away. It is $100 away. I mean, I think, hold on, there is a website I can see resistance on this. Let me pull this up. There is a website that shows, it's not the most accurate, but it shows the book order flow. Is this it? Is this it? Let me see. 109.37. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. So, there it is. Oh, did we just beat? Hold on. Did we just beat it? Did we what? All-time highs. Yes. 109.472. We have officially cracked 109.5. We have cracked all-time highs on Bitcoin. Congratulations, everybody. Bitcoin, all-time highs. Holy guacamole. My goodness. This is the book order book flow I was looking at right here. It broke through as soon as I was bringing it up. So there's all these orders going in right now. These are tons of sell orders at 109.3, and these are tons of buy orders in the green at 109.3. And there's a little bit more buying than selling, which is why Bitcoin just hit all-time highs at $109,580. My goodness, bro. Dude, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, Robinhood obviously loving it, 65.78 on Hoodie. And then you got Bitcoin right here at 109.43. Dude, not bad. Not bad for a Wednesday right here. Bitcoin, let me tweet this right here. Bitcoin hits new all-time highs. Wow, dude. This is pretty incredible. And Googs at 172 as well. Holy crap, dude. What a day for Google and Bitcoin. What a day for the Googs and the 5 point. All right, so the street woke up. They said, you know what? Sundar's not messing around. The street wakes up 172.5 on Google. My calls are loving it. How much are the calls up today? They've got to be up a good amount. Yeah, they're up 24%. Let's freaking go. Google calls are now worth $33.50. Bought them at 60, so I'm still down 40%, but I was down like 80%. So maybe we are on the path to recovery. There you go. The Googs back at 172. Now I'm really happy I didn't sell covered calls against it. I didn't sell covered calls against it yesterday because I thought Sundar would come through. It took about 24 hours, but Sundar came through. There you go. Bitcoin 109.5. Bitcoin not stopping. Bitcoin not stopping. My goodness, bro. This is pretty incredible. Googs and Bitcoin having a hell of a day. Having a hell of a day. 109.5. I am curious who's buying here. Is it institutions or retail chasing? Like, well, how's this kind of playing out? But this is pretty incredible. 109.5. Yeah, 110 psychologically would be pretty incredible. Where's SoFi? SoFi is getting a green candle, still down in the day. SoFi does not allow crypto trading yet, so they're not really getting some of those volumes right here, but that will be coming to the platform. I think Noto said by close to the end of the year. Coinbase right here, 265, and then MicroStrategy and all the derivatives of MicroStrategy are green. MicroStrategy right there up 1.18%. Robin at 65.80. Let me check resistance at 66 on Hoodie, and then 110, bro. If we break that, just psychologically, that'd be big. 66 resistance on Hood is 37,000 shares. 37,000 Bitcoin right here, 109.4 right now. Yeah, 195% move on Metaplanet. That one is getting squeezed to an oblivion. And that one also obviously is super leverage against Bitcoin. So that one having absolutely an incredible day. Let me see if mainstream media is covering this at all. Do they care about Bitcoin? Do they care? Let's see if we're getting any coverage. 109.5 right here on Bitcoin. Any coverage on Bitcoin yet? Don't see any coverage on Bitcoin. Maybe they'll talk about it soon, but Bitcoin really all-time highs, bro. It's doing its thing. And now the question is, who's buying? Who's selling? Is this another top similar? Is this a double top with January? Or do we break through? Do we get to normalize this high 105 to 109 range and get ready for the next time? CleanSpark squeezing as well. Yeah, CleanSpark short. I mean, look, all the miners are shorted pretty aggressively. So, I mean, you kind of do need a pretty exponential move on Bitcoin to get the shorts to legitimately feel scared. CleanSpark right here up 9%. But on a day like this, I mean, we're definitely getting shorts to potentially cover and say, you know what? We're not going to take a chance with Bitcoin. 109.2. Now, granted, look, this type of momentum is great, but it's got to be sustainable. Right? It's got to hold up. You need consistent buyers bidding. And then, the cool thing about the stock market is like if the stock goes to 70, someone's buying it at 70. And if it goes to 71, someone has to be buying it at 71, whether it's an algorithm, whether it's a retail investor, whether it's a toot, whether it's your average guy on the street who's excited about the stock. Someone's buying it. Someone's buying Bitcoin right now. And they've got to keep buying it to get any level of momentum to hold it at these levels. And I think now we just have to see if there's enough bidders that are paying. The mic's cutting out. Hold on, let me switch the mic. I'm going to sue StreamYard one day. Yes, no, gone. Yes. Bad. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a sec. 1 second.
App Store sales. That means we're going to see a lot of companies with a chance.
Hold on. Is it better or not? If it's not, then I'll restart it. It's good. Okay. I was going to restart it. Okay. Dude, literally, I freaking restart it and then it fixes it. It's so... It is so annoying, dude. It's not my freaking... And it happens 3 hours into the stream. Like yesterday, it happened after 3 hours. It's like, why? Why does it take 3 hours for this to randomly... Like, what is this bug? How does it happen? It's not my computer. It's not my internet. It's not the microphone. I don't know what it is, but it's something that makes it happen. All right, so we're good. 65.90 on Hood. Whoa, are we going for 66? Are we going for it? Bitcoin got rejected at 109.3, now back below 108.9. Do you have a Yeti? No, I have a mic that's way more expensive than a Yeti. I have a $500 mic, bro. And so it's not the mic. I feel like it's the software. 108.8. All right, so Bitcoin getting rejected at that one. Robinhood 65.83. I kind of feel like Bitcoin's got to hold at least 107-ish for Robinhood to have a chance of breaking through 65 or 66. CleanSpark's up 8%. But Bitcoin just below that 109 level. Is anyone selling? Is anyone selling their Bitcoin? Anyone taking some profits? Anyone selling here, or is everyone holding on for the ride and just carrying through? I wouldn't blame anyone for selling, but I also just think, like, again, this whole run has not felt like a retail rally. It's felt like big money coming in. And if big money's coming in, then, maybe it's not a reason to really sell here. FICO down 14%. Yeah, that's stupid, bro. I still don't get. I mean, I get we have some credit rating problems, but this feels a bit aggressive for FICO. I got to do some more research on why that's happening, but that's one of the worst days in the past decade on FICO. FICO doesn't go down 14% like that. Are we at 66? Did we crack? Oh my goodness. There she goes. 66 on Hoodie, up 1.74%. The market is saying we want exposure, and we're doing it through Robinhood. 66.04 on Hood. It's a nice day to own a lot of Robinhood. It's a nice day to own some Hoodie right here. Congrats, everybody. Congrats. It can leave as quick as it came because Bitcoin could go back to 107 and then this tanks, but you're getting either algos or people stepping in and saying, I want Robinhood. They're saying, I want Robinhood as my exposure. Coinbase, 265. That's up 2%. MicroStrategy, 420. And then Hood, 66, man. Yeah, 66.91 is the 52-week high. So that's what we got to break through for the 52-week high. Dude, like this is quite a journey, Hood and Palantir, right? Quite a freaking journey. I mean, both of these names, just right timing, perfect element of founder, vision, execution, momentum, Palantir with AI, Robinhood with the broader bull market. I mean, just like so many things worked out for these two companies to be in this situation. And Robinhood still has S&P inclusion on the horizon. So really, really cool stuff right here. Let's see if we can hold 66. Even if we close above 64.50, 65, I'd be very happy today. Just in that $60 range. But 66 on Hood. NVIDIA, 135. That one goes green. NVIDIA as well. Talk about the narrative shifting with AI, the UAE, the Saudis, Elon buying $40 billion worth of chips. I mean, everything you needed for NVIDIA to get out of that 110, 115 range it was in kind of happened. And now NVIDIA at 135.44 as well. Where's HIMS? Where is HIMS? HIMS 61.28. HIMS is flat. Also, I think that HIMS pod is officially out. HIMS House. I'll link it in the chat for anyone who wants to watch it. Yeah, it's out right now. Their thumbnail is well, it's a thumbnail, I guess. There you go. That's the thumbnail. So I'll put it in the chat for anyone who wants to watch it. This whole the animation part, what's it called? Ghibli on ChatGPT, dude. It really does make someone seem realistic. Like it's an incredible, and that's one of the reasons why ChatGPT got a couple 100 million users over the past month. That thing went so viral between teenagers. Wow, Robinhood 66.24, and that photo filtering thing kind of, got them a ton of users. It also led them to have to buy a ton more chips. There's the pod right there in the chat for anyone who wants to see it. 66.27. She is not slowing down. You know what's better than 66, folks? You know what's better than 66? Let's see resistance at 67. At $67, 20,000 shares. 20,270 shares. 20,270 shares. I mean, come on, bro. Okay. I did not expect all of you guys to say what you're saying in the chat, but yes, 69 is better than 66. I agree. Dude, that's all of you thought of that at once to say that. Usually I go $1 up and we take our time. When we get to 68, 69 will be better than 68, but 67 is definitely better than 66. Amit, can we talk covered calls? I have a 68 for next weekend. When do I look to roll? Okay, so you have enough theta to collect. That's the extrinsic value on your contract. So I would wait until your break even, realistically. So let's say you got paid 50 cents a premium, so your break even is 68.50. I would not be rolling until you see 68.50. You have enough margin of safety, and Robinhood is volatile enough for this to be under 68 by next week for you to wait it out. And so within the next few days, within next week, if you see 68.50 or 68, whatever your break even is, then I would roll, and I would try to roll out a couple weeks, if not a month, up a couple bucks or at the same price. Collect your premium, and then you just manage the contract from there. Now, look, if Robinhood gets to 80, like crazy, like it goes on to a Palantir type of run, you are going to have to roll that contract from 68 to probably 80 or 90 bucks out to 2026, January, March 2026, which is, about 6-7 months from now. And, people think that's like losing on the covered call. Extending a contract by 6 months to get $30 more of capital appreciation, I don't think anyone would mind waiting and renting out their shares for another 6 months to get an extra $30 on the contract. Now, if Robinhood goes to $150 by January 2026 and you rolled from 68 to 90, you might be upset, right? Because you're missing out on another 60 bucks of share appreciation. But that begs the question, do you really think Robinhood's going to be there by January 2026? Do you think it's going to be at 150 bucks or 120 bucks or 130 bucks? I love Robinhood, but I don't think it's going to get there. Because even with all of its momentum, it is still a very cyclical company. Unless we get to S&P 500, 7,000, then all bets are off the table. If we get to 6,500 on the S&P, I think Robinhood maybe gets to triple digits, which would be nice. But I don't think it runs away from you, is my point. So that's kind of how I would manage it. But I would wait until you actually get to that break even because, again, force Robinhood, force the stock you're writing the covered call on to prove to you that it's running away from you. Don't get scared once it starts running away. Make it prove, hey, once it passes your break even, that no, you are wrong on the direction. The stock's running away, and then you take action. But many times, if it's range bound on a super volatile stock, like a Palantir that was at 133, now it's at 126, wrote the covered call at 140. You know what I'm saying? Like when they're super range bound because of how volatile they are, then you might not be completely underwater. BBAI, Big Bear AI. So that one's running. I don't know what the headline they had yesterday, but that was up 4% yesterday. It's up 11% today. So that one's moving. Are you buying calls on NVIDIA going into earnings next week? No, I'm not doing anything on NVIDIA. I'm not writing covered calls, even though the premiums are so juicy. But I really don't want to touch NVIDIA. I kind of just want to let it play out. And hopefully Jensen has a good quarter. And I'm not worried about my shares getting called away. That's another thing about people who do covered calls, right? They get so greedy when the premiums go up. And it's like, no, I don't want to be greedy. If NVIDIA pumps to 150, I want to be entitled to all of that capital appreciation. There's a big event, big earnings. Do I think it's going to go to a 150? No, but I could be wrong. And I don't want to take a bet with the market. So I will leave the shares uncovered. And hopefully NVIDIA pumps. And if it doesn't, it is what it is. Google 173, baby. 173. What a day for Googs. If you bought the dip at 163 yesterday, congrats. Not bad. Market likes it. We're getting some momentum. And you got Googs right here at at 173. I am laughing right here because I'm seeing a screenshot. Triple V, I don't know if you're in the chat. He sent this to me 50 minutes ago. It's more fun to read this screenshot now that it's 50 minutes later versus if I read it at the moment. But I'm looking at a screenshot order confirmation for 100,000 shares of Robinhood at $64.79. Basically, he followed my 25 shares and he said, hey, Amit, I'm going to tip your hat to 99,975 shares. And, he's up. How much is he up right now? 100,000. He's up. He is up. He is up 90,000. He's up 90,000 right now. So there you go. Congrats. Dude, by the way, Triple V already has enough hood. He has a lot of hood already. He has more hood than Brad Gerstner. So this is just elevating his position in Hood. So there you go. 100,000 shares. Maybe he helped us break through as well when we were at 64.79, get above 65. Robinhood right now back to 65.90. Bitcoin back to 109. Dude, she's not stopping. She went down to 108.3. She's back to 109.2. Let's see. Can we crack all-time highs again and then get to freaking 110? Can we do that? Can we do that? Let's see. Why is the market suddenly going green? I don't know if there's any headline right here. I think it's Bitcoin. I think it's more Bitcoin than anything. I think that's what's happening. But shout out to Triple V, dude. 100,000 shares added to the Robinhood. And obviously Hood right here getting a lot of momentum off Bitcoin. Hood trying to go back to 66. 66.28 down to 65.80, now 65.96. So Hood's moving with Bitcoin. Again, very volatile with Bitcoin, but if Bitcoin holds 109, maybe Hood can hold 66 as well. Is S&P about to go green? SPY? S&P is about to go green, folks. Wow. 0.14% away. The bears are in shambles. They cannot believe it. They cannot believe it. The toots, again, I started off the show. 40% of institutions, as per Bank of America's data, are underweight equities. They are underweight equities. They took Ozempic for their equities. And the side effect is that they're missing out on some of these gains. And you know what? They might have to say, hey, we're tired of being skinny. We want to get back into the game and get some gains. 592 on the S&P 500. I mean, again, dude, the bears that have been rejecting this rally, it's just not been working. It's not been working. Robinhood right here, 66.08 currently right now. Metaplanet's up 75%. MicroStrategy 423. NVIDIA 135.70. NVIDIA trying to break 136. Let me check resistance on the 136 for NVIDIA. Robinhood right back to 66.10 currently right now. Let's see. Trump to tell the Freedom Caucus that the bill should pass today. Okay, so the Freedom Caucus, if I'm not wrong, is like the Tea Party part of the Republican Party. These are the people that really got mad when Obamacare passed because of all the spending, yada, yada. So I think they're probably against this bill because of all the tax cuts. Even though, no, they're happy with the tax cuts, but they're probably not happy with the spending because they like the tax cuts. They don't like the deficit spending. And Trump's got to lobby them today. Trump's got to lobby them today as well. At 136, we have 299,000 shares on NVIDIA. 299,000 shares on NVIDIA at 136. Palantir at 126. Robin at 65.90. Is Google at 174? Goog's Class C is at 174. Again, C's get degrees, baby. If you're in Class C, 174 on the Googs. 174 on the Googs. Google A it hit 173. Now it's at 172.50. But still, dude, I'll take a 5% day. For everyone asking why is Google up, the best way for me to explain it is that the I/O event is seen by the market potentially as something that will increase the quarter over quarter and year over year growth rates on search. That is my interpretation for why the market is excited. There's a ton of other reasons why the market's probably excited about that, some of the announcements at the event. But I think they're coming to the conclusion, kind of what Tanner was talking about on the show yesterday, that if the personalization of search is enough to get people excited, then people will, use Google over something else. Let me actually read an equity report. We had a report from what's this guy? Who's this guy? Keyblank. Keyblank said 195. Here's what they said. We believe Google I/O reoriented investors back to first principles. AI success requires a combination of engineering, infrastructure, and distribution, and Alphabet is well positioned across these areas. Importantly, Gemini 2.5 is being distributed through Google AI mode, which appears next to search, which we believe will help usage and open a path for commercialization. By tiering AI products between free and paid models, we believe Google is well positioned to meet both consumer and professional needs and overcome concerns of peak search. We maintain our overweight rating and 195 price target, which implies a 19 times 2026 calendar year earnings estimate. So you do have some firms coming out saying, hey, at 19 times, which is still pretty cheap, the stock's at 195 fair value. It's at 172. Search is not dead. There you go. That's your bull case. And that's how you justify buying Google. Wow, CoreWeave, dude. I did not sell my one share. I still have it 105. This is absolute insanity. I don't understand CoreWeave right here. I really don't. NVIDIA tends, maybe it's because of NVIDIA. Maybe NVIDIA trying to crack 136. That's helping CoreWeave. Nebius also, I think, is still up 5%. Data center plays, yep, that's up 3.65%. Googs, again, 173. Hood, 65.92. S&P getting close to green. Coinbase, 268. MicroStrategy, 420. And then NVIDIA, 6 cents away from 136. It's got to overcome 300,000 shares to get above that level. This is pretty incredible, dude. This is pretty incredible. Do you think the bill passing will pump the markets? I think it's the opposite. I think the bill is going to be looked at as bearish for the markets because of the deficit spending. But then again, the stability we will get from the bill, aka the lack of Democrats and Republicans fighting each other every single day about these bills, as just more certainty to the markets, maybe that could be what pumps the market. So I don't think the market likes this bill. The bond market definitely doesn't like this bill. But I think the stock market might say, all right, at least we got something passed. And now let's get to the deregulation stuff you were talking about, Trump. Let's get to the M&A stuff you were talking about, Trump. Let's get back to the IPO stuff you were talking about, Trump. Can we get to all the other stuff that Trump has kind of neglected in the midst of tariffs that we can get back to, which would, hopefully lead us to a more bullish market. 135.98 on NVIDIA got rejected right at 135.98. Let's see if she can get to 136. It's not bearish stock market, it's bearish bonds. Exactly. I mean, it's bearish bonds, but at some point, dude, what? Our bond yield's going to get to 5% of the 10-year and the stock market's not going to react? Like, I do think there is a bit of a breaking point where, yields are screaming, and I think the stock market eventually is going to react to that. Granted, if people are selling their bonds, they might just be buying stocks, so maybe the market doesn't have to react to the yield, to the credit market screaming. But I don't think we want to see the 10-year at 5%, dude. I really, we're at 4.5. I really don't think we want to see it get up there. And so we're going to have to see what the White House can do to analyze it. Where's CoreWeave? 106, bro. Holy crap. Why is this thing up 17%? Should I sell my one share? I mean, I think I could definitely get a coffee and a donut now. How much am I up? I'm up $7, bro. $7. That'll do it for you. That's a coffee and a donut. I'm up 7%. The thing is, CoreWeave would have to fall 7% for me to lose the $7. That's a decent amount that would have to go down. I don't know. I feel like I sell a call on it. No, we don't have 100 shares. Dude, could you imagine selling a call on one? Well, see, you could sell a naked call and I could take some premium, but a Robinhood doesn't allow that. But these fancy hedge fund guys think that retail is stupid and they don't understand the implications of that. And that's why they get all upset and in their feelings. But yeah, even if I wanted to, you can't do that on Hood. Sell it and fund AK Media. That's a good point. You should de-risk them. We got to de-risk, bro. We gotta take some off the table here. Dude, this is crazy. Why is it running this much? Why is this happening? Where's Bitcoin? Are we still at 109? We're still at 109. Barely holding it, but we're holding 109. Metaplanet, what is it up now? Metaplanet stock, it is up 80%, dude. My goodness. Look, I'm never going to catch these because I don't chase. Like, I drink my liquor straight. So I'm not a chaser. I don't do it. I did it in the past. I got burned on it. I'm not good at that game. So I stay away from this stuff, which means I'm never gonna be involved in a run like this. But congrats to those who are, dude. Congrats to those who are. Metaplanet. Let me pull this up right here. Metaplanet stock. 86% on the day. My goodness. Yeah, straight mocktails, baby. Straight freaking mocktails. That's what I do. 86% on this thing. Crazy, dude. Well, Bitcoin's doing it, folks. Bitcoin is doing it. Treasury Secretary Besant met with the German finance minister today. Okay, that's probably why we got some of those quotes from the EU, from the German counselor as well. That's good, bro. I mean, next deal, if it's the EU, it's definitely going to be... It's definitely going to be exciting. Hoodie back to 66 and then NVIDIA 135.88. 135.88 currently right now. Dude, what a day. Google and Bitcoin. Nvidia's still trying to get to 136, but Google and Bitcoin. Is anyone taking any profits here? Dude, Corey 107. What is happening, dude? Is anyone taking any? Should I finally take some profits? I feel like this thing's going to go to 120. I think what's the volume on this? Volume? 27 million. Why are people buying this shit? Like what? There's no headline today that would cause this. Nvidia didn't come out and say anything. Like, is it because Elon said he's buying 1 million GPUs and everyone's like, oh, the reseller market for GPUs is going to be crazy? Like, is that what's happening? Is it? And maybe it's FOMO. These are the option contracts, by the way. So top 5 traded today: Tesla with 450,000, Nvidia with 409,000, Google 375,000, UNH 215,000, and then the other Google 184,000. Then you have Amazon, you have Wolfspeed, you have CoreWeave at 154,000. Palantir's at 120,000, D-Wave's at 97,000, Meta's at 89,000, CleanSpark 60,000, Palo Alto 102, Target 128, IBIT 153, and then Amazon at 184. So these are your stocks that are getting a ton of option volume right now. We are in euphoria, that's why. Who thinks we're euphoria right now, bro? Who thinks you have to pick a yes or no answer? You have to pick yes or no. Bitcoin back to 108,917. Let me do a poll. Who thinks this market is euphoria? And the implications of euphoria, I mean, it could be good, could be bad. But who thinks it's euphoria or not? Who thinks we are in a Sydney Sweeney type of market? What do you think? And that doesn't mean necessarily, that euphoria has to end or that euphoria has to be bad, especially because we already had an aggressive drawdown in April, right? And so this euphoria could, theoretically, dude, this stat, again, like sometimes we forget about this. We are back to where we were on January 25th on the S&P 500. That like S&P 590, I think it was like at 585, but basically give or take 1 or 2%. We are back to where we were at the beginning of the year. The S&P is, I think, green for the year by how much? How much? The S&P is up year to date. It's got to be less than 1%. 1.17%. So, when you say euphoria, it feels like it, but it's not like we're at all-time highs. I mean, if someone looked at this stock a year from now, or just the market a year from now, they would say, oh, the markets were flat for 5 months, even though, everyone experienced the volatility of the tariffs. Which maybe takes away a little bit of the legitimacy of euphoria being bad, but also maybe it just hypercharges that retail is aggressively buying the dip, and we shouldn't have recovered from the lows as much as we did, which is why it's this euphoric. But regardless of what people think, we have recovered, and if we keep this recovery, I think the toots might have to chase. Wow, literally 50% say no, 50% say yes. Incredible. 50-50. 50-50. Say yes versus no. My answer is yes. We're in euphoria. This is definitely euphoric, but I don't think that means it's bad. I don't think it means it's like a February blow off the top euphoria that we saw like 3 months ago, or 2021 euphoria. Number one, because earnings growth is good, like really good, like better than what people thought. Number two, because AI is real, and the market was reminded about that again over the past couple of weeks. And then number three, because we're right back to where we were in January. So if this is euphoric, then January was euphoric, and then we suffered for that euphoria. But now we're right back to where we were, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Euphoria, but the SPY is red today. Yeah, it could be euphoric on certain stocks too, right? That could be another way to kind of frame it as well. Fear and greed index is at 69. This thing was at 69 last week, though, right? Yeah, it was at like 71, I think, last week. So this one hasn't really changed. We're not in extreme greed yet. And granted, markets haven't really moved like crazy last week. Individual stocks have, but the broader index hasn't, which is maybe why it's not getting to extreme greed. But yeah, we are at 69 on fear and greed. Amit, why are there 2 Google tickers? I think it has to do with classifications of voting shares. That's why there's 2 Google tickers. I don't even know what Class A or Class E really represents, but realistically, they trade within $1 of each other, but they make the options market pretty juicy because, that extra dollar matters a lot to option traders. But realistically, I don't think it has a big difference. Okay, I'm selling my CoreWeave. I'm taking my money and I'm running. I'm selling my CoreWeave. I'm up $7.25. Here we go. You guys should see it on, well, you're not seeing it on Legend. I'll show you guys here. But all right, 105.91. $7. You got to get it however you can. And there we go. Took some profits. W's in the chat. W's in the chat on that $7, baby. I mean, dude, come on, bro. Most people, they don't make $7 by swiping up and down on an individual equity. They have to exchange their time for money. This is the beautiful thing about being part of the investor class. It is whether it's $5, $7, $7,000. It is the beauty of recognizing what it means to be an investor. Let's get an update on home sales and some of this macro data, and then we will keep going from there.
Morning, Diana.
Good morning, Carl. Yeah, Toll had a strong beat in Q2, but Q3 is in focus now, given the new uncertainty over tariffs, stock market volatility, and higher interest rates. So I want to get right to what CEO Doug Yearley said on the call this morning, namely that so far they...
Okay, so this is about tolls, not the housing data. I'll get some housing data after that. I thought we had some new data on that, but this is about Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers, by the way, they had earnings yesterday. Actually, it is. I forgot. This is a housing... Why did I think Toll Brothers was I thought this was a candy company. Okay, that was stupid. This is a housing construction company, so this is about housing. So yeah, here's the update.
They have seen a tougher spring season.
We experienced softer demand in the second quarter due to a decline in consumer confidence driven by increased economic uncertainty. These conditions have continued into our third quarter. In this environment, we believe prioritizing price and margin over pace makes the most strategic sense.
And Yearley added that they are now reducing spec home starts because, quote, that is the smart way to run this business in the current environment. He noted that they're very pleased with how well they were able to sell specs without larger incentives in the previous quarter. And he said that helped margins. Now, the average sale price of new orders in the quarter was $983,000. That's compared with $1 million in the previous quarter. The closing price was down 7% from the year before. Yearley called the near-term outlook cloudy, given affordability challenges, but demand, he said, is positive for the luxury niche, and 70% of business for them is move-up and empty nester segment. Also, he said about 24% of Toll buyers were all cash. That's up from their average about 20%. And for those who did use a mortgage, LTVs on those was 70%. So that is big down payments. Toll has seen upticks in move-up and first-time luxury buyers, but a recent decline in empty nester buyers. Some of that might have to do with those empty nesters not really wanting to sell their current homes into this market. Guys, obviously.
Toll Brothers down 14% year to date. Again, this is where the housing market really matters, right? Or the rate cut argument really matters for the housing market. By the way, I was thinking of Nestle Toll House cookies. That's what I thought. I was like, why are they doing an update on chocolate? I was like, I didn't know it was that important. But yeah, so from that perspective, 1 million down to 983,000. Stocks down 14% year to date. I mean, we got to unlock the housing market. We got to unlock the housing market. But to do that, you got to get some rate cuts. NVIDIA, wow. 136.20. As we hear about the housing market, there she goes. Broke through 300,000 shares sitting at 136. Of course, CoreWeave wants to try to go to 108 after I sell at 107.2. But NVIDIA, 136.20. NVIDIA owns some CoreWeave. So there's my exposure to that one. Wow. She's not stopping either. 136, we hit it 4 times this week. 4 times this week. And we hit it 2 times last week. We hit 137 at one point last week. Robinhood still at 66. Rocket Lab 2608. Rocket Lab getting some love. And Palantir back to 126.50. Bitcoin is getting hit below 109. Big Bear AI up 15%. Yeah, maybe Triple V bought again. Dude, I don't know if he's listening. He has a lot of NVIDIA. I've never asked him how much. But Triple V has a lot of NVIDIA. He has a lot of NVIDIA. He has a lot of Hood. He has a lot of Palantir. I think he has a lot of Amazon as well, but yeah, maybe he's buying NVIDIA right here. 136.30, dude. She's not stopping at 136. She's moving. 136.27. All right. Well, you know what's better than 136, folks? You know what's better than 136? Greed is good, baby. 137. 137, 221,000 shares. 200. Why are you guys saying 169, bro? Oh, are you guys gonna do this every time? Every time I do my classic, hey, you know what's better than this? Are you guys just gonna freaking go to the 69th number of whatever it's part of? 137, bro. It is. Look, I am feeling a bit greedy. I think all of us are being a bit greedy, but this is also why we invest, right? Like we expect growth in our assets. We get humbled very graciously every year, every month, every week, every day, to be honest. But it is really nice when you get some momentum. NVIDIA, wow, 136.40. NVIDIA's, she wants to go for it. 137. What's the resistance? 222,000 shares. 222,000. Let's see if there's a shot. Let's see if our hedge fund buddies who faded it at 115, at 105, at 95, at 85, and then back up to 125 all of last week. Let's see if they step in at 136 and decide that they want to be part of this AI revolution. Let's see. Let's freaking see, dude. And again, if NVIDIA puts up 450 of EPS, you give it a 40 PE, which I don't think is unreasonable to give NVIDIA a 40 PE. That's $180 stock. That's always been my valuation kind of trajectory, at least for 2025. And even if at 136 it goes to 180, that's a nice gain. That is not something that I think anyone would be upset about. We need to cross 136.91. Correct. That's where there's a heavy level of resistance from a couple of days ago as well. Palantir, are we moving on Palantir? Are we moving 126.48? Palantir's up about 1%. Hoodie still holding 66, and then Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather just below that 109 level. Bitcoin market cap has now surpassed Amazon. Wow. Holy crap, dude. Amazon's market cap is Amazon's market cap is 2.15. Bitcoin is at 2.16. Just getting above it, back to 109, but it is above Amazon. That's wild, bro. That is incredibly wild. And if you believe in Saylor's bull case, I think he was then doing an interview the other day again. And he was reiterating his $13 million target by, I think 2035 or 2045 or something. I mean, look, I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it does, if Bitcoin, if Satoshi really was right, and he figured out that this whole system was just going to collapse eventually and there would only be one answer. Granted, again, the U.S. military, there's so many nuances to it. It's not that black or white, but it does mean that there's a world where Bitcoin is just higher than where it is today. Oh, here's a chart I want to show you guys. Here's a chart. Here is why people might be buying Bitcoin. You ready for this? You guys, it's like the Matrix. Once you see this, you can't go back. Once you see this, you can't go back. Here we go. Here we go. U.S. deficit, revenue, and debt since 1981. During the dot-com era, we had a surplus. Then George W. Bush became president. Then Obama became president. Then Trump 1.0. Then Biden. Look at our debt compared to our revenue, compared to our deficit. Unbelievable is not even the word. We're barely bringing in $6 trillion. We run a deficit of about $2.1 trillion, and we have $36 trillion in debt. It's an iceberg, exactly. And if Elon and Doge, which God bless his soul, if Elon and Doge could not figure out a way to somewhat make a dent in this, and again, $150 billion they saved, amazing. But again, you're looking at the picture. It's just not going to make a dent. What's the solution? The solution is print more money. Keep the party going. Try to get people to believe that, you know what, your purchasing power is not being debased. Your quite frankly, your sovereignty is not being ruined, because economic mobility is a crucial component of your sovereignty, right? And your ability to move up in life is not being destroyed by the constant devaluing of a fiat currency. Keep people believing that U.S. debt actually matters, which it does from a geopolitical standpoint. But again, at some point, right? What 50 trillion is the tipping point? 100? What is the tipping point? where markets are like, yeah, we're not going to buy U.S. debt. I don't know what it is, but we're spending $1 trillion on our defense budget. We're spending trillions on Social Security, Medicare. Like this is just not stopping. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm not the president. I don't think any of you guys know the answer. But what people might be thinking is the answer is something that only has 21 million of them to ever exist. And something that is digitally native. Our world is rooted in the internet. And something that, ultimately can be used as a true store of value. Maybe it's Bitcoin. That could be the kind of argument here. The classic argument about Bitcoin's just a toy and it's never stored value. That argument has also died out. And I was guilty of that argument, by the way, years ago, when I really didn't fully kind of grasp Bitcoin as a concept. And as you get older, you kind of see what the government's doing and you're like, all right, I kind of get the point. But that argument that Bitcoin doesn't store value, it's like anyone who makes that argument, they're just dead wrong. Like if you look at Bitcoin against every other asset, it's stored, even in the midst of the volatility, it is stored value better than anything outside of gold, because gold has just been there for longer. But it is compounded better and it is stored value that's been better, So that chart was Titanic. That is correct. That chart was I'll link it in the chat for those that want to see it. But I saw this last night and I was just like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. And again, for me, the way I benefit from that, I buy HOOD as my exposure for it. I don't think you necessarily need to buy Bitcoin, but I think getting exposure to it is not a crazy idea. I wrote a long post back in January when Trump launched the meme coin. I really hated that he did that. Like just from an ethical perspective, I didn't like that he was the president of the United States and launching a meme coin. But in that post, one of the points that I kind of rationalized myself, I remember I was on the train on the way to New York City. I was writing up this post and I was like, wait a second. How can anyone not have at least some exposure when the president of the United States of America, NVIDIA 13650, just launched a meme coin? Like just 2 + 2 = 4, right? Logically, he's not going to let the SEC investigate him. He probably has a lot of friends and family that are invested in the asset class. And so what is he going to do? He's probably going to open up the floodgates for companies like a Robinhood that want to innovate in the crypto industry with tokenization to be able to have the freedom to do so. And then yesterday we get Robinhood submitting a letter to the SEC asking them for the privilege to start beginning the process to tokenize US assets on the blockchain. I mean, you don't have to love that Trump launched the meme coin, but you do kind of got to realize if we're going to be in a 4-year cycle where crypto is going to have a very friendly administration, then obviously getting exposure to it is not the worst thing in the world. NVIDIA right here, 136.70 we touched. Now we're back at 136.60. Again, we got 220,000 shares at 137. CoreWeave, what did I sell? I sold at 105.90, I think. It's at 107.50. So missed out on $2, but as NVIDIA goes higher, CoreWeave will continue to go higher. CoreWeave is being crazy though. I really would not be surprised if they announced dilution. Yeah, I sold at 105.91. So there you go. 107.45 right now. I don't know why it's up 20%, bro. I don't know. This makes no sense. I really don't get it. They're voting on the Genius Act right now, right? Congress is voting on the Genius Act right now. Okay, so we're going to get the vote on that pretty soon. And then we'll learn a little bit more what's going on there. That vote should be happening live right now. Seeing if I can get any coverage on that as well. I don't see any Bitcoin coverage, bro. I don't see anyone talking about Bitcoin. I don't see anyone talking about Bitcoin right here. At least not right now. Here's some coverage on the White House stuff, but yeah, I don't see any updates yet on Bitcoin.
Christina, thank you very much. We are getting some breaking news out of Washington today as the House panel continues to debate a path forward for the GOP's tax bill. And now some additional headlines with Emily Wilkins. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, yes, we just had a presser with a group of holdouts, many from the House Freedom Caucus, who have a lot of concerns about the bill. And they said, look, We think that there's a way to get this done. We met with the White House last night. We've laid out a plan that we'd be comfortable with, but they don't think that the bill can pass today. In fact, House Freedom Caucus Chairman Andy Harris said that he's not even sure it can pass in a week. He threw out 10 days as a potential timeline to get this done. This is something that Speaker Mike Johnson has been clear about for months. He wanted this bill passed before Memorial Day. He's hoping to get it by the end of today. Now, the lawmakers did not go into the specifics of what they discussed with the White House, but we know roughly what they want. When it comes to those green energy tax credits, they want them to be phased out sooner than is in the current bill. They also are seeking some more cuts to Medicaid. And at this point, we know that they've been negotiating with leadership. We are still waiting to see what changes leadership is going to propose for the Trump mega bill. You see there on the screen, the House Rules Committee, they're the ones who are going to kind of be the first ones to process and look at these changes. They have been waiting on this since 1 a.m, which is when they started meeting. At this point, it is just unclear when we are going to get the details, what, if any, votes are going to be taken today, and really what it's going to take to get some of these holdouts on board. We've also heard that they are going to be having that new SALT cap, that it's going to be a $40,000 cap for those making $500,000 or less. But again, everything is tentative now. Nothing has been written down, and that's what we're waiting.
Okay, so that's still being deliberated on. The Genius Act, which, by the way, for those that don't know what it is a stable coin crypto piece of regulation. This might be the reason why Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a bid. Maybe because people think the Genius Act is going to pass, which could legitimize stable coins for global institutional adoption. That would be big for Hood, big for Coinbase, big for companies like Circle, big for MicroStrategy. Any company that uses stable, PayPal has their own stable coin. So that could actually be a big tailwind. Maybe that is a reason Bitcoin's getting a bid, because it is kind of random that Bitcoin's moving today, right? I mean, who would have thought we would hit all-time highs today? Back to 109.2 again after falling at 108.3. Where's Robinhood? Is she moving? Is she? Oh my goodness, 66.43. Holy crap, dude. She's not stopping. She's not stopping. 50 cents away from all-time highs, or 52-week highs on Hood. Okay, so this Genius thing, that might be super bullish for Bitcoin. We'll see what the vote looks like. 34-15. You guys can keep me updated in the chat on the votes. It looks like it's going to pass, which maybe, dude, I didn't even know that bill was being voted on today. Maybe that stable coin legislation adoption could be a massive tailwind for crypto as an industry, which would be obviously good for Bitcoin. And that could be helping. Did we just hit 137 on it? No, we didn't. Did we really? Oh my goodness. 137 on NVIDIA. Folks, we got to ring the bell. 137 on NVIDIA and then 66.50 on Robinhood. There we go. What a day, bro. What a freaking day. You know it's better than 137. You know it's better than 137. 138 resistance is 265,172 shares. 265,172 shares. I mean, NVIDIA just broke through 137, so maybe it can break through. Maybe. Robin at 66.42. That's green. Pound through 126.23. And then again, NVIDIA doing its thing. 40.17. Yeah, bro. This thing's going to pass. It looks like this thing has a shot at passing. And if it does, definitely bullish for crypto. Definitely bullish for crypto. Where's Tessie in the midst of all this? Oh, by the way, we got the video. We got the video from Figure. All right, here we go. Let's see what they're putting out. He just posted it. Figure AI, humanoid robotic startup. The overall robot space. All of us definitely want to know how much progress is being made. Obviously, it is going to be important for Tesla to see what competitors are doing. All right, here's the tweet. On Friday, Figure completed a 20-hour run of back-to-back shifts on the BMW X3 production line. We've been running 10-hour shifts for several weeks now, and as far as we know, Figure and BMW are the first in the world to do this. with humanoid robots. There you go. So confirming that they've been doing 10-hour shifts. That's the video sped up that the CEO posted just now. And it's a remedial task what the robot's doing, just taking one thing and putting it in another area. But this is something that BMW is not paying a human to do in this test trial. And in the future, you know, if that's the case, then it's just going to be a question of where. Okay, so that right there on Figure, getting some momentum right here. Wow. Dude, not a bad video. And then what Tesla put out yesterday was also really cool with the Optimus stuff. And I mean, you're just seeing a lot of momentum here. You're just seeing a lot of momentum in this space. The Genius Act, all right, we're waiting on updates on that. It looks like that's getting ready to pass pretty soon. Vote is at 40-17. Oh, Trump is hosting the South African president today? What? Dude, I would stay live the whole day, but I have a meeting at 1:30. So this would be a day where I would stay live the whole day, but I legit can't. But holy crap, dude, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. All right, we got a piece on CNBC right here on is it Palantir? Are they talking about Palantir? So Trump's going to be live in like 20 minutes. You got this Genius Act that's passing. You got Tesla and Figure both putting out updates in the context of robots. Tesla right here at 345. Figure just put out their video. Bitcoin right there at 109. There's a lot of stuff happening simultaneously. Maybe pull up this update right here. Yeah, okay, so let's listen to Waymo and Tesla real quick. Waymo hitting that 10 million milestone. Oh, we had Anthony Pompliano is launching a SPAC? Okay. You know how I said there might be some euphoria? Hold on. We got to listen to this. Holy crap. There might be a little bit of euphoria, dude. Holy crap. 4620. I mean, talk about timing. Let's pull this up. Let's listen to this, and then we'll keep going from there. Oh, boy. That could be another reason why Bitcoin's moving a little bit right now as well.
Anthony Pompliano is here, and he is taking a blank check company public right here on the NASDAQ. It's going to list under the ticker PCAPU. Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is the man himself, Anthony Pompliano, CEO of Professional Capital Management. And they're saying SPACs are back, sir. So this is a SPAC. SPAC's got a bad name, though, I was going to say, and we're going to talk about all of this in a moment, but I want to bring in one other member of this partnership of sorts, Brent Saunders, who we haven't seen in a long time. Brent, chairman and CEO of Bausch & Lomb, who's special advisor to this special purpose acquisition company. Good morning to you as well.
Good to see you, Andrew.
So take us sort of back. What is this SPAC going to do? And most importantly, why are you pursuing this now? Given there was a lot of hesitation about SPACs. Obviously, it's sort of the last vintage of them. And what's the difference?
Yeah, look, I've got a very large audience online. Bankers have been pitching me for the last 5 years to do a SPAC, do an RTO, do whatever kind of public market mechanism. And frankly, I didn't see the demand from the private market. That all changed about 6 months ago. I think part of it is that there was a political change. There's a regulatory change specifically in financial services where I think people see it as a tailwind, not a headwind anymore. And then I also think a lot of companies that were started between 2015 and 2020, they're now reaching the maturity point where they can be a public company. And so based on that inbound demand that I started to see, I called Brent. Brent and I have been a friend for several years now. He's a shareholder in our investment firm. And I basically said, look, you're the best guy I know at doing this. You've got the most experience. Right. And he's done $300 billion of acquisitions. And I said, help me figure this out. And we decided to do it together.
So Brent, what kind of stuff would you want to buy? Just to sort of give us, I know you're not allowed to say a specific name, but sort of in the vein of.
Yeah. 4822 on the Genius Act. We need 51 to pass this. Guys, I really think that's the reason why Bitcoin's pumping. Stablecoin legislation will be huge for the crypto industry, realistically, because Trump's SEC is allowing all this stuff. So there's a chance for these policies to pass, and you get 3 more votes. Very, very bullish overall for Bitcoin.
Yeah. So look, I'm an advisor. I think that Anthony has consistently demonstrated a forward-thinking approach to investing in transformative technologies and fintech, and I think our focus, or Anthony's focus, is really going to be on fintech, financial services,
and looking for places where he can really use his media presence to amp.
There it is. It's passed. 5122. Genius Act is passed. We'll get back to this in a second. Let me just check Bitcoin. That's a big deal. I had no idea that was being voted on today. NVIDIA back above 137 as well. 109.1. There it goes. There she goes. Market probably got excited about this act early in the day, which is why it pumped 2.5%. But there it is. Genius Act is passed. I will do some more research on this act and let you guys know more about it on the market close and try to understand exactly the implications. But reasonable, stable coin legislation, bullish for Hood, bullish for PayPal, bullish for Coinbase, bullish for so many of these companies. Shopify, all of these companies are integrating stable coins, and overall more adoption of the crypto industry. Now, in terms of pomp with this SPAC, I don't like the look of this. They're saying they're trying to buy fintech companies and then use Pomp's media presence to promote them. I don't like it one bit, and it feels very euphoric, quite frankly. It feels very 2021-ish. I really don't like it, but let's hear them try to explain what they're doing here.
Amplify the visibility of the potential target. So it's a really nice combination, and someone I just have great admiration for, and someone I thought I could help with a lot of hard-learned lessons over 17 years of being a public company CEO.
In the most transparent way possible, explain the economics for the sponsor. And I just want to context and caveat this by saying one of the reasons why I think SPACs got a bad name during the last vintage was because a lot of the sponsors made an enormous amount of money, but unfortunately the shareholders did not. Yeah. And I don't think that everybody fundamentally understood exactly how the economics played out for everybody.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's two major points here, right? The first thing is a lot of the reason why SPACs got a bad name is because people basically were doing public venture capital. They were buying companies that were losing lots of money at high prices, and they were crossing their fingers and hoping that those companies grew into the valuations. Some did do that, but a lot of them didn't. And so naturally, if you put a company that's losing a lot of money at a high valuation in the public market investors are smart and they hammer the company. I think what we're really focused on is being super disciplined and buying a cash flow positive business that still has all the right criteria that you want in terms of high growth potential and good team. But if you do a good deal at a good price, it doesn't matter who the sponsor is. The company should do well in the public markets, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do.
But how much?
Yeah, but it begs what company? The reason people do SPACs is because they want to A, make money on the sponsor fees, and then B, they want to take a business that historically wouldn't get the type of capital that you would get from the deep liquidity of the public markets to get that liquidity, a la Open Door, a la SoFi, a la Virgin Galactic, which is what Chamath did. So I'm not buying it yet, dude. There's got to be something deeper on why he wants a blank check company to go public.
How much will you make?
Yeah, in terms of the economics, the way that this works is the sponsor at different price points is putting capital in at different share prices. When it prices at $10 a share, right. If the share price obviously goes up, everyone, including the shareholders, makes money. Now, if the share price goes down, the sponsor can still make money. But I think that one of the things that Brent and I both have looked at this is, for me, the capital that I'm putting at risk here, right? Our investment firm is putting millions of dollars into this. And so we've got real skin in the game in terms of that. But I'm taking huge reputation risk with this. And so one thing that I've been very clear with folks is I cannot be a SPAC sponsor that does a deal, sells the shares and goes and does another one, right? If my reputation's on this, I've got to be able to not only go and do a good deal at a good price, I also have to be able to help build that company for the long run and create shareholder value. And so it's really the reputation risk, I think, is probably the biggest thing that I'm focused on.
But just straight on the numbers. Let's say it's $10 a share.
Yep.
You capture, let's not forget about it going up. Let's just say it stays at $10 a share. Mm-hmm. You capture how much of that?
Well, if you think of how much money, so we've put $5 million into the, us and investors, $5 million into the risk capital of that. That obviously today is $50 million as the pricing.
So you're 5 of the 50.
Well, 5 million is what was invested in terms of that. Now, our investment firm didn't do all 5 million of it, but we've put a significant amount in. And then from there, if the share price goes up, obviously we can make money. If the share price goes down.
Wait, how is the 5 turn into 50? Am I just not? What does he mean by the 5 is 50 now? Did it 10x? How did it I have no idea. Hold on. Am I missing it, or what did he just say right there?
Risk capital of that. That obviously today is $50 million as the pricing.
So you're 5 of the 50.
Well, 5 million is what was invested in terms of that. Now, our investment firm didn't do all 5 million of it, but we've put a significant amount in. And then from there, if the share price goes up, obviously we can make money. If the share price goes down, obviously we can lose money of that. But I do think,
are you collecting 10% of the business? Are you collecting less than that? Let's just.
It depends on the size of the business that we go and we buy, right? So if you go and there are deals that I think people have done where they've tried to buy, more than 50% of a company. There's deals that people have gone and they've said, hey, I want to actually just buy 5% of this business. And so we've got a 250 million.
Oh, it's valued at 50 million. Okay. So the 5 they put in at 1 is now 10 a share. So they bought SPAC shares at $1. The SPAC is going public at $10. So that's how the 5 goes to 50. So they only invested 5. And he's saying they didn't even invest the full 5. They invested some percentage of the 5. And now when the stock goes public, if it goes from 10 to like 100, that 50 will turn into 500 essentially. Okay. So it's a valuation on the 50 versus the actual investment of $50.
SPAC. What's interesting, I think, is, when we went out, we went out with
you be able to, I'm sorry to push you on.
No, go ahead.
Shouldn't you be able to say if it's a $250 million SPAC and the price doesn't go down and just to stay static, I think you should be able to tell the audience right now, I will own X amount of that $250 million.
Well, the way to think about the $250 million is going to go to buy another company.
I understand.
Right? And at that post-transaction equity ownership, we don't know how big the other company is.
I understand that. But of the 250, how much of that would therefore go to you?
If I could interrupt, I think the issue is it's hard to pinpoint that because you'll rate.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's that's a little dicey. Is it 2%? Is it 0.02%? I mean, how much skin do you have in the game? This is the biggest thing with Chamath. He didn't put up a lot of capital, but he made a lot of capital in the fees, which is why people got so mad at him. So how much skin do they really have in the game right here? It's a straight up answer. If you're asking for money from public investors, mainly retail investors, that's Pomp's audience. It's a very simple question.
Raise a pipe, you may dilute yourself again.
100%. Right? I'm saying, let's say there's no pipe. I just think people need to, look, I think one of the problems that people have with SPACs or that they don't understand is they don't understand the economics because the answers, and I agree, they're complicated answers, but I think we should be able to break them down in a very sort of simplistic way and say, okay, assume there's no pipe, assume this, let's just assume there's $250 million. That's what we have. And we can say if it's 500, it's a different number, but we should be able to, and by the way, I think that one of the disclosure transparency issues for all of these SPACs is there should be a chart that says to the investor, if it's this, it's this. If it's this, it's this. So we have some ranges and people understand how much of the business you will ultimately capture. Is it 20%? Is it 10%? Is it 5%? What are we really talking about?
To be fair, Andrew, it is there will be some range, whether it's 5% or 15%. You won't know till you do the deal. And to be fair, at that point, it is disclosed to the investors. And the reason you tend to do a pipe is to bring that transparency and negotiation with the other investors. And that is the time you actually know the economics. Launching the IPO of the SPAC, it's almost impossible to tell you what the economics are till you actually do the deal. And frankly, if Pomp doesn't do a deal, he loses all his money.
That's true. Yes. Let me ask you a separate question.
It's not a lot of money though, bro. I'm not saying 5 million is not a lot of actual dollars, but in the public markets, 5 million is nothing. So like what exactly is he? And it's not, he didn't even put in a whole 5 million. He says he put in a percentage of it. Like how much did he, do we know how much, like 50%, 10%, 15%? Like, I don't like this, bro. And I think it says they're focused on buying a cash flow business, but Pomp's a Bitcoin guy. So I like, is it going to be a cash flow business around Bitcoin? The ticker symbol, by the way, PCAPU, PCAPU. They should have an Indian run the company as the CEO because Apu is Indian and then PC is personal computer that equals IT. Indians are good at IT. So you put PC and Apu together. They should have an Indian CEO for this to be successful. But PC Apu, it's already up 9.9% of the day. Robin at 66.83. She's going for 67. Hims right here, 61.53. Bitcoin back to 109. Nvidia, 137.20. But I'm not buying it, folks. I'm not buying it. It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
One of the other sort of issues around SPACs has been that there are these forward projections, right? Forward projections is something typically in an IPO you historically couldn't do. A lot of companies were making, because it was a merger, they could claim they were buying the company and then tell you what they thought the business would be worth 3 years and 5 years later. Having said that, the sponsor typically was not attached to those future. They didn't have to, it wasn't like they were vesting on the 3 and 5 years. They were oftentimes, depending on the transaction, I want to say in the fine print, but you really had to read pretty carefully and do like your own math and understand, okay, if it stays at this average, within 12 months, they could be out.
Yeah.
What is your plan as it relates to whatever deal you do in terms of how long you're in?
Yeah. So I think if we take a step back here for a second, we went out with a $200 million SPAC. BTIG, which was the exclusive book runner on this deal, told us yesterday that there was 1.7 or approximately $1.8 billion of demand. And so approximately 9x oversubscribed. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of these institutions, in my opinion, are excited about this is because we're very focused on being disciplined on the valuation of the company that we buy. We think that there are some unique advantages that we bring to the table where companies will want to transact with us at a very fair valuation. And then on top of that, again, it goes back to I'm going to be involved in the business moving forward. This is not a do the transaction and walk away. Right. And so anytime that you do that, obviously, I don't want to buy a company that sells me, the sky and all of a sudden doesn't deliver on it. And so
that's a stupid argument. Yeah, obviously you don't want to ruin your reputation. Like, obviously, who wants to, that's not a reason for me to get excited about the SPAC, that I believe that you have your best interest in mind to not ruin your reputation. I would hope if you're taking a company public, you would want it to be successful. That's not really making me excited to get it. I would want to know, how much do you own of the company? The fact that 12 minutes went by and they couldn't answer that question, and they went through all these intellectual gymnastics by saying, oh, it depends on the pipe. It depends on the company. No, what if you don't buy a company? How much do you own of the current value? They couldn't even answer that question. We don't even know how much of the $5 million they put up. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Now, ironically, in this environment, when they do buy a company, the stock's probably going to go to the moon because, that's what environment we're in right now. And maybe, look, they buy a good business. Maybe there is a really good business they buy, a cash flowing business, whatever. But Anthony Pompliano is not the type of guy to buy, I don't know, a coffee shop and take it public. He's a Bitcoin guy. He got caught up in the FTX stuff, right? He's a crypto dude. And I like him. I respect him. I think he's a very smart guy. But that interview felt a little iffy. So whatever company they buy that's focused on cash flow, if you define cash flow as Bitcoin cash flow, which they might do, then maybe it's a totally different business. Robinhood right here, 66.83. We are looking at 67 resistance. NVIDIA just below 137, could not crack 137.40. But it is at 136.94. 67 resistance on Hood is 20,000 shares. If the volume continues, maybe there's a shot to break through that 67. We hit 66.87. We are 20 cents away. Are you guys buying it? Is it just me? Or is everyone's BS meter kind of going off right here? They're going to buy Figure AI. I hope they don't take Figure. I would hope a $10 SPAC is not how Figure goes public. No, dude, Figure has a lot of, they're raising at $40 billion. Figure has, based on what Brett said publicly, they have a lot of demand. There's a lot of Elon says Optimus could be a, $10 trillion freaking market over the next decade. If Figure is even number 2 in that race and they become a $1 or $2 trillion market, the company is worth $40 billion right now. Obviously that can be very, very beneficial for them. So there are some real companies that are out now. Is 40 billion pretty ridiculous for Figure? Yeah, because they're not making any revenue yet. They're not making any profits. As a shareholder, I would say 40 billion is insane. But there's at least something real. There's a TAM that you can look at. And, I've been to the factory. I've seen the robots. I'm you can point to, hey, this is not a scam. This is we don't know if they're going to be successful, but there is a potential future you can invest in where Figure really does become one of the world's biggest companies. What the hell is PC a poo? What the hell is PC a poo, bro? And what type of name is this? Pro Cap Acquisition? Dude, what type of, this is, it's just weird. It just feels so freaking weird. Metaplanet again, that's up 90% on the day. Bitcoin back to 109. Robinhood 66.63. Metaplanet doing well. 94%, dude. My goodness. I think it was because of this Genius Act, bro. I really did not know there was some Genius Act happening, but it looks like this thing, which paves the way for stablecoin legislation, that was the catalyst to get the market to be a bit more exciting right here. Seems like that was the catalyst. Here's some coverage on this Genius Act thing. This is from a couple of days ago. Let's listen to one of the senators explain why this thing is so important. Bitcoin's still at 109 right now.
To vote on an important crypto
enforcement actions from the SEC, which was what has been happening for the past 4 years to regulate the markets, it creates massive amounts of uncertainty. This will fix it.
So, but in terms of just understanding how this bill works and what it does, what is it?
It basically establishes a legal and regulatory framework to issue stable coins here in America. Stable coin is stable, meaning it's backed by a certain currency. In this case, it's tied to the US dollar, but also it's backed either by cash or by short-term US Treasury securities. So it's entirely safe. Having that type of regulatory framework and disclosure around it, so we know exactly what's backing up these digital dollars, if you will, is going to be great.
Because what was happening before was the SEC would issue something that basically just scared people, wouldn't tell them what works. They would go after enforcement actions after things that they didn't like, and that left the entire industry saying, what are we allowed to do? What are we not?
But this is a payment mechanism, and not to be confused with Bitcoin or something that has a speculative component. This puts us into a digital payment framework, the fastest rails available, much better than the system developed in the 70s and 80s, which is slow. It takes days to clear.
So the issue, as far as I've always understood the stablecoin issue, is what is backing this stuff, and how much of it's backed by actual treasuries versus cash versus equities or something else.
Trump is live. Trump is live. This is the South African president.
It's a great honor to be with the president of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. And he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
We also have a few of my friends. Ernie Els, a great golfer. He's a truly great golfer.
I'm trying to find a better stream with audio. Give me a second.
Retief Goosen, who's an other really, we call him really a great golfer too, Ernie, right? So something very good about South African golf, and golf is still doing great in South Africa, and they have young players I hear coming up that are going to be very good. But it's an honor to have you here, and my friend, it's an honor to have you, one of the greatest businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you for being here. It's very, very great honor. Appreciate it. So we're going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
Thereafter, I hand over to you.
And yes, we have it next.
You originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you, and then you lead the G20.
We're going to have it the following year.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers and the media. And I would say that, look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles. And in some circles, he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came along. It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. He called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up. He said, I want to come over and see you. And that was my honor, and thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you.
Thank you.
But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who we really collaborate with, and from business as well, and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Ernie Els and Retief Goosen. I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him. And he said, look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy. And I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade. And we therefore need to reset that, particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging. And we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks. And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US. That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa. And some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years. That's true. So
New York Times reporting, we've accepted the luxury jet from Qatar. So there you go. The DOD has accepted the luxury jet from Qatar, estimated to be about $400 million.
So our links are issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that. And we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have, great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book, weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johan Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President, so I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period.
Right.
And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment. Right. And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators, and you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter you wrote me. A letter.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you and you delivered. So,
great honor.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, we welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Just won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that. It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally, we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah. Yes, please. Brian?
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your thoughts on Letitia James, Director Polte. According to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false accounts they had on here.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, or so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York State Attorney General. She did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it, but I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, for you to be convinced that there's no genocide.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African continent, African people in this important occasion?
Well, I want to see peace, and I want to see happiness. I want to see health, and you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land, the value you have. We have a situation, I think you probably heard about it. We've done through some very talented people, help settle a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo. And I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it. And could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, they signed the two parties signed a declaration of principles in which they agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted their draft peace agreements. And we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing
Looking
this.
good, right?
Looking very good.
No, we have to thank you for even those efforts, because African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removing our troops from there so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital and so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job. I said it by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for it's like if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India. We're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, "What are you guys doing?" You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault, but Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. We spoke with President Putin for 2.5 hours the day before yesterday. I think we made a lot of progress, but that's a bloodbath. 5,000 people are being killed a week, 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in cities and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's Ukraine and it's Russia. But if we can save 5,000 souls, we'll do it. We're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation. That is a really bad situation.
Well, you'd recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We both agreed that we need to push the peace message so that there can really be peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while. Through my Minister of State Security here, we've been dealing with them, the exchange of children were taken away.
Bro, Bitcoin, holy crap. We just hit a new all-time high. Dude, oh my goodness, 109.7. 109.7. Are we going for 110, folks? Is that in Rocket Lab, by the way? Rocket Labby 2648, folks. 27 resistance on Rocket Lab is 13,000 shares, 13,933. CoreWeave. I don't know what the hell's happening in CoreWeave, dude. I don't know what the hell's happening in this thing. But 108.33. There's got to be some news on CoreWeave. Like I don't. It's not been public enough to be shorted aggressively for a squeeze. There could be some squeeze, but this is either institutional or retail is just like jumping in and saying, "Screw it, CoreWeave, baby, GPU reselling, we love it." And then obviously Nvidia up 2% because it's getting the benefit because they own 7% of CoreWeave. CoreWeave is up 200%. If I'm not wrong, CoreWeave stock. Basically 170% year to date. Past month, 205%. Dude. CleanSpark up 10.5%. That's incredible. Hood is not 67 yet. She's trying. She's been patiently trying 66.87. We're trying to get there. But man, oh man. Hood, Nvidia, Bitcoin, and CoreWeave. Those four. What a day. What a day. I will keep you guys updated. Hopefully we see 110 soon, but absolutely incredible on this momentum.
It's there's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
Unfortunately. I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field. You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On which case?
The ICJ
The International
case is
Criminal Justice.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement? This guy, you never change.
Mr. President, what will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for President. But for him, no, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be,
Our president will respond to you. Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it. Sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories. And that, is Natalie here, somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights.
Okay, I'll get back to this Trump thing. It looks like it's about to get pretty spicy if he's showing him some articles. But did CoreWeave just do an offering? Was I right? I said in the morning they're going to do an offering. I said they would do it. Bitcoin right here, 109.6. Did they do an offering? Does the market care? It's still up 19%. Yes. Do we see it? I'm not seeing is it 9% notes? I'm not getting the exact source. They would be stupid to not do an offering, to be honest. Yeah, 2 billion senior convertible notes. There you go. 9.25%. 2030. 2 billion in aggregate principal convertible notes converting in 2030. 9.25%. It is not a 0% cap like it was for freaking hymns. It is 9.25%, but obviously $2 billion is, some good money to be able to raise. There you go. Market doesn't care. CoreWeave still up 19%. Market doesn't care. All right, we'll get back to Trump. I don't know what the hell's about to happen with Trump, but here we go.
Down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. So whatever we want to do, we can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament. Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot, kill, Gaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer, be a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Pajama and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, no one. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. Shoot, kill, Yamasa, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer. Bah, bah, bah. Shoot to kill, Yamasa, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future. Yeah, but, and you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocide on
who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers. And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road, you have crosses. Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa. That's
We need to find out. I don't know.
Those people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about?
What
are you talking about? You know, you gotta get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet. Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump, and it's last from EMCA in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible death. Death. I don't know. To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all, I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couples say that they were attacked violently. And,
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is?
well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a report from President Ramaphosa?
Your reaction to those videos, Mr.
President Trump.
Well, I think the videos are so. No. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left. One in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land. They take your land and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous look. This is story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are. And you know, the men that you saw, the people that you saw in that movie, those are officials. Those are people that were in office. They had one march. They had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
Well, let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies. And in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
take land. And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
the farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off. They died violently. And you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally, one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it. But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this. Why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force, so they could help us out because we need an Air Force One until that's Air Force One, it's being built. 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
and this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States,
those are all racist. Those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course, outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, very bad. And because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I mean, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing
you're
so.
You're taking people's land away
we have not.
from them. And those people, in many cases, are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases, those people are being executed. And in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it. It's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa. And it's a bad thing. Yeah, please.
What can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, we just spoke about it. I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries, but I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. That's right. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't think it's fair to him. That's right. But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated, and in many cases, they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible. That was the biggest story. That was reported all the time. This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa. And it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes, please.
I was going to say,
Brian, go.
If I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources.
Okay. I think we're done with that. If anyone wants to watch it, I'll put the link in the chat. I really don't know what we just watched, bro. I have no comment on it. I have no clue what just happened. Apparently they had some pre-selected videos and they wanted to publicly show those videos in front of the South African president. They did that. And then Trump had a bunch of pre-selected news articles. He gave that to the president, told the media that they were fake for not covering the articles. I am not educated at all on what's happening in South Africa. I couldn't tell you literally anything about it. Like sometimes I know at least a little bit. I know nothing. I know Elon's complaining on X about stuff. I know Trump's obviously taking Elon's side on this. And then obviously the South African delegation feels fundamentally differently against what Trump and Elon are saying and what some other news publications have been saying. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What I do know is that they have different views. And Trump kind of Zelensky-esque wanted to show his views to the South African president publicly. Bitcoin right here, 109.4. And it's happening in that way. So, either you think that's the right way to go about it. Either you think, hey, maybe they should have done it when the cameras were off and like had a more meaningful discussion without the cameras. Trump tends to be a guy that wants to do everything in public. So it is what it is. I thought we would get some questions about markets and tariffs and all that stuff. We did not get any of that. So nothing impacting the markets, but I'm sure that'll make headlines over the coming hours in regards to what's happening with South Africa. Tesla right here at 347. Bitcoin did get to 109.925. 109.925. and was not able to crack above that 110 level. Currently right now 109.3. Robin at 66.57 could not crack above it as well. Google 171 up 4%. CoreWeave, this thing doesn't stop. They did a $2 billion offering and it is not stopping. 109.25. I sold at 105. Could have made an extra $4. Did not get those $4. And it's up 21%, even after the $2 billion offering, which is insane. I mean, CoreWeave, this stock is on a different level. Nebius, 4082, that's up 4.85%. Hoodie, again, hopefully we crack 67, but we're chilling at 66.4. At Coinbase, 267. HIMS goes red on the day. Google still holding on to 171, which is nice to see. And then the S&P 500 was actually going green when Trump was doing the whole presentation of the videos. Now it went back down red, 0.28%. But it was green at one point here. That was wild, bro. That was wild. There's nothing else to say about that. That it is absolutely wild. So I did not know that was the route it was going to go. I really did not know they were going to lower the lights and have pre-selected videos and articles. I mean, it pretty much sounded like they knew what they were doing. Trump was like, hey, give me the articles, turn off the lights. And the South African president is looking around like, what's about to happen? It seems like he had no idea that they were going to go that route, but they did. And this is an administration, again, that does everything in public. Trump does 5 different press conferences a day. And I guess this was their plan to play it out this way as well. I'm sure we'll get more headlines and updates later throughout the day. I wonder how the South African delegation is going to respond to everything that's happening. They probably felt a bit disrespected based on this whole public presentation, but hopefully the meeting goes well. They get some talks and maybe that leads to some level of cooperation based on everything that's going on. Munya, thank you for the 350 ZAR. I'm imagining that's a South African Rand, ZAR Rand. Okay, thank you for the 350 South African rands. Amit, I lived in South Africa for 12 years and have permanent residence there. Thank you for admitting you don't know much about the situation. I wish everyone in the chat who have never been there or studied South Africa would do the same. Yeah, dude, sometimes it's really easy to just be like, I don't freaking know. I don't know. Like, I know very little about what happened in apartheid. Obviously, I know a little bit more about Nelson Mandela, given that I studied that in college. I know about reconciliation after apartheid and how, the South African president was talking about we have to talk things out. That was Nelson Mandela's, major solution to what happened after the apartheid is reconciling the fact that like things did happen and then being able to move forward from it. But in terms of what's happening right now, dog, I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue. And so I didn't expect it to go that route, but it's going that route. And I'm sure there will be plenty of headlines over the next coming days to see how the media ultimately reports on it. All right, folks, I got a meeting in 25 minutes. I would stay live, but I definitely got to get out of here. 4-hour stream in the books. Bitcoin all-time highs. Incredible. 109.2 CoreWeave. I don't know what is in this stock, but whatever it is in this stock, it is definitely getting it to be very excited. Up 20% of the day. Tesla 346, Bitcoin 109, NVIDIA 136.85, NVIDIA just below 137, and then Hoodie, if we get a 66.50 close, that would be amazing on Robinhood on the day. And maybe we get 110. Maybe we get 110 later throughout the day. Snowflake earnings after the bell. We'll have Sam on the show. He'll give us some thoughts on Nebius and Snowflake. We'll see what goes on with Bitcoin, and we'll have a lot more to cover at 3:45 as we get into the market close. Word of the day is bijou.
Bijou.
Something small, delicate, and exquisitely made. She opened the small box to find a bijou depicting a lion cradled in satin lining. A tiny bijou caught his eye from the corner of the antique shop's display case. All right, bijou. Something small, delicate, and exquisitely made. That is what you got for word of the day. Yeah, this stream was definitely not was not a bijou. It was not small. Dude, we're doing like 10 hours a day at this point. The amount of comments that I get from you guys about how much there's a bunch of people who commented on the daily recap yesterday saying, dude, my girlfriend's actually getting upset at this point. Like, she's like legitimately mad when she walks into the room and you're on the TV, and it's like, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. If that girlfriend wants a ring on her finger, she wants to become wifey, you're going to need some money. So I appreciate everyone keeping up with the content. As a community, it's a finance community. It's a lot more special than a lot of other communities. We can actually make money together, change our lives together, deal with the pain and the volatility together. and it's super cool to be here every single day and do this. And obviously today's market open, I did not know this Genius Act was being passed. I did not know CoreWeave, someone was going to pump it up to the point that they could do a $2 billion offering and it would still go up 20%. And I had no idea Bitcoin would react like this, but big day for the markets. All right, guys, I'll be back at 3:45. We will get into Snowflake earnings. We'll have Sam join the show, and we'll try to analyze what's going on, not only in the bond market, but obviously as well what's going on in the crypto markets. All right, bye, everybody. See you guys in a few hours. Thank you, everyone. See you in a bit.